And chat, how's it going, guys? Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. Let me bring the stream crew on. Chat is talking about the Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy set spoilers. The Hildebrand card is a pretty cute design. It's let me bring the stream crew on.
Hello.
Yellow.
Hello.
Okay, so chat is talking about the Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering set spoilers. And there have been a couple Final Fantasy XIV spoilers. Hildebrand, who has an effect where if he dies, you can cast him again as the adventure half of his card, which creates a zombie, and then you can cast his creature half later whenever you want.
Yeah.
And Xenos, who actually disappoints me a little bit. The Mini Massacre Worm effect is pretty good, but it's a double-faced card with Shinryu on the back, which means we aren't getting an OG Shinryu card, which makes me a little sad.
I mean, you say that, but that's not like a deal breaker. Like, there are plenty of cards of Magic the Gathering of the same character or creature, just with variations of it.
Yeah, but not in the same set.
No, I mean, even in the same set. Like, there are multiple Y'shtola cards already that they've shown.
Well, one of those Y'shtola cards is in the main set. One of them is in the Commander bonus sets.
Okay. But, like... But anyway. So yeah, like, I see no reason why there wouldn't be a, what was it, Final Fantasy V?
Yeah.
Shinryu? Yeah, they could do a 5-point, an FF5 Shinryu. I don't know if they will, but they could.
I guess so.
Nothing stopping them. Yeah, this is not a Smash Ultimate thing where everybody knew there was never going to be a Knuckles playable character because he was an assist trophy. This is just, I mean, will they? Won't they? I don't know.
I guess.
To them. But, like, yeah.
Okay. So I've sent party invites to all three of you. We've got a few things to start out with today. We're doing the Roll Quest Capstone.
Yep.
We've
got the Roll Quest Capstone, we've got the Heaven's Word Relic Check-In, and I want to unlock the Pixies because you have been leveling like a madman off stream, and the Pixie quests are a chunk of EXP every day.
Yeah, once you max them out, they will give you half a level a day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The fact that we have been putting that off has been terrible. But anyway, so yeah, and then after that, I think MSQ, because, like...
We do also have to do the Scholar Capstone, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right,
yes.
that's another Scholar Capstone.
Oh, and we should start Comra, shouldn't we?
Oh, yeah, we should do
yeah.
that, too. Yeah. There's that weekly quest. Yeah, we just got a bunch of individual quests to do, so let's get going.
Yeah.
You are once again failing to walk and talk at the same time.
I'm teleporting to Tomra.
Oh, you doing Tomra first? Okay.
Alright, sure.
See you there.
Should also do this week's Alliance Raid sequel. Oh, you mean the Commerce stuff?
That's
what we're talking about, St. Pharaoh. Yeah, that's what's in Tom Road's St. Pharaoh.
All that grinds is not gloom.
So, a point was made in chat earlier that there's only a couple of weeks left before I take more than a month off of streaming for the move.
Yeah.
And the point was made that I might want to hold off on MSQ until I get back.
When specifically is that going to be?
Start of July.
Well, wait, I mean, we should just,
Like, I'll have next week and the week after, and then I won't be able to stream Final Fantasy XIV until the start of July.
Well, if we are able to get through 0.1 this week, 0.2 next week, and 0.3
Yeah, what about
that
May
last week.
31st? Is that on the list?
No, Heiko arrives in Maine on May 28th, and that's the start of the vacation.
We've got 3 weeks. Yeah, we can get through 5.3 in 3 weeks. It's going to be cutting it a little close, but...
Is that 3 weeks include today as well?
Yeah, that includes today.
Okay.
In that case, in order to guarantee we get through 5.1, we might want to just do the role quest capstone and then move on.
Putting off the Heaven's Ward quests for another 3 months. Like they're talking about putting off like it's like.
Yeah, we'll do the bit of Heavensward Relic stuff we have to do today.
Yeah, like fine. Like you're talking about like. There are a lot of little things we have to get done today, and if we don't, you're talking about putting them off for 3 more months. No.
Yeah, I'm just saying about
5.1 today. They'll be fine.
Okay. All right.
All that grinds is not gloom. Ready for another foray, are you? Well, if it wouldn't be too much of a bother. Excellent. Let our inexorable march towards failure continue. So, do you recall the Machina you brought back last time? Unfortunately, they were rather far gone, and I couldn't salvage much of them. Do you think you could bring back more of the same? Consider it done. Thank you. With the bits from the extra specimens, I think we can put together something useful, even if we're inevitably doomed to fail. Alright, back in we go, I guess.
I like a man with optimism.
Hey, and I got the near mound on our way.
Oh, nice.
How apropos.
How topical. So I went to see Thunderbolts this week, and it is easily the best Marvel movie we've had in a hot minute. Very good movie. Highly recommend it.
I need to catch up on the MCU badly.
Yeah.
The only MCU films I've watched since Endgame were the Spider-Man films. And I haven't watched any of the shows either before or after Endgame.
Yeah, those were good.
I really liked WandaVision.
Yeah, WandaVision was very good. Like, some of the shows have been good, but like it is much harder to keep up with all of the TV shows than just the movies.
I did enjoy the Hawkeye series as well, and I like that they seem to be building up to the Young Avengers.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
Because like you've got Kate Bishop in Hawkeye, you've got what's her name, Ironheart is popping around in Black Panther.
You got America Chavez in Strange. There's Billy and Tommy in
Kamala is around.
Billy and Tommy in WandaVision and Agatha Harkness.
Yeah.
There's a.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought from the vague spoilers I've gotten about WandaVision that Wanda's kids were fake, and that's part of why she turned into a villain.
That was also true in the comic for a while. That was also true in the comic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so they
just because the character was unexisted doesn't mean they can't come back more. Come on.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, like in the comics they were reincarnated after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's also Eli is in Winter Soldier and the Falcon.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
The grandson of the Black Captain America.
Oh yeah.
Oh, cool. They may be recasting Hawkeye because they offered Jeremy Renner less than half of what they did for the first season to come back for the second. Well, that would suck. I like Jeremy Renner as Hawkeye.
Yeah. And he apparently he says he thinks it was because of the accent he had. They think half a person now.
I did see that quote, and I thought that was him cracking wise.
Yeah, that was 100% a joke.
Fair enough.
Like the actual reason I've heard that it is speculated on for that is that it was going to be a lower budget show anyway, so they like lowballed Jeremy Renner so they could be like, well, we offered him and he declined to take the part up, so I guess we can't make the show anymore because we don't have our star. Oh well. Because like it was easier to do that than to try and justify a budget for a show that would not have done that well anyway. That would not have performed very well anyway. Like, and that makes way more sense to me than, any other reason I have heard.
Yeah.
I've been feeling a little bit more optimistic in spite of myself. By keeping occupied with our work, I find my mind doesn't stray towards the doom and gloom as often as it used to. Seems it's better to take action than being idle with negative thoughts. If only it weren't so hard to take action in the first place. Well, I should be getting back to my work. Perhaps you could report to the chief in case he has other tasks that want doing. Thanks again for bringing the parts.
The only quote-unquote homework you need to do to watch Thunderbolts is watch the Black Widow movie, because Black Widow's sister is the star of this movie, so like...
I mean, you've also got to watch Falcon and Winter Soldier, don't you?
I mean, you can. It's not important.
Isn't the main villain of Falcon and Winter Soldier one of the Thunderbolts?
No.
What? Is it not? I thought a US agent was in there.
Yeah. He's in the trailer.
He's in there, but you don't need to watch Falcon and Winter Soldier to watch Thunderbolts.
I guess.
I am trying to be helpful here. I'm trying to minimize the homework. Like you do not need the context of Falcon and Winter Soldier to appreciate the fact that U.S. Agent is in this movie. You do kind of need to watch Black Widow though, because she's the main character, and like there's like actual continuity there, like that, like there it is kind of like a 1-to-1 sequel to Black Widow.
Okay. Also, there are 2 Black Widow characters in there, so
3 actually, because there's.
3?
Yeah, because there's Natasha's sister, her dad, Red Guardian, and also Taskmaster.
Taskmaster's in it.
Yeah.
Huh. Wally, just a sinner I've been looking for.
Taskmaster was the villain of Black Widow, so like they're bopping around in Thunderbolts too. So yeah, Thunderbolts is pretty much a Black Widow sequel. So like you have to watch that movie before you watch this movie, but like. Otherwise, other things in the MCU get referenced here. But, I'm not going to tell you to sit down and watch all of that.
Another one of those recording devices has arrived from Konog. Seems the lad has more he wants to say to you. Here. When you have a moment, be sure to see what's on it. You there! Yes, the 2 of you. What are you doing, talking and nodding suspiciously? What are you up to? You're conspiring to take over the village, aren't you? Just like those murderous machines. Where did you get that idea? Huh? What did I just... my head. Oh, is the paranoia and awfulness in this village going to be magical in nature? Something's not right with Glag, and it's not quite the same sort of not right what follows a few too many casks of ale. Well, whatever it is, it's nothing you need to worry about. I'll take care of it. Now then, was there something else you needed? How's the rebuilding coming along? Well... Excuse me. You, what do you want? If you're here to mock us, have done with it and leave us be. No, I'm not here to mock you. On the contrary, I want to join you. I'm usually not one to get involved, preferring to observe from a safe distance while making the occasional comment to remind people of my presence. But seeing how hard you've been working for the village, I couldn't help but want to make myself useful for a change. Well, we could certainly use all the help we can get. What say you, Lore? Shall we welcome him to the crew? I walk over and punt him. Thank you. I'm certain you won't regret it. After that strangeness with Glag, I wasn't sure what to expect from our dour friend, but it sure wasn't an offer of help. Anyway, I'll find a moment to talk with the fellow about our plans, and when he's managed to settle in, you ought to have a word with him too. But to answer your earlier question, there's nothing we need you for right now. Only a matter of time before we call on you again, though, so kick your feet up while you can. A weekly quest, which continues the story, is now available from the Dour Dwarf in Comra. Lend your aid and help the Dwarves of Comra to rebuild their home. Obtain a message from Konog. Okay. Collection. Portable archive. Konog's messages. Message from Konog 2. Dear Lore, I forgot to mention, I brought a pod with me. It assures me that the spheres came from a different world, and their purpose is to invade others by duplicating the machine life forms. It's weird to think that to someone, ours is the other world. Yeah, kind of weird. Yeah, little weird.
Not that we would know anything about that.
Okay, so the Dour Dwarf is next week.
Yep. And so yeah, this will just be a weekly quest for a while.
Okay, so want to just do the Heavensward Relic thing?
Sure. I believe we have to go to... If you have all the stuff that you need in your backpack, I believe our next stop is Mordona to buy it. To buy a bunch of stuff.
Is a Balthier and Fran card? What, combined? That's a little disappointing.
I mean, they are a package deal.
There are a couple, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I believe you have to buy everything that this lady has to sell.
A customer? A customer! You are a customer, aren't you? I mean, I realize this isn't a proper stall, but I do have wares to sell. That is, if, you're willing to buy them. Have you come to buy my wares? Ether-conductive materials. I think I have what you're looking for, but it won't come cheap. Truth be told, I don't get buyers for these items all that often. But now that I have you, my new favorite customer, I'm sure to turn a profit, and then I can build a stall of my very own. But I don't want your Gil. No, dealing with Gil is much too messy. Well, with all the counting and sorting and finding a place to... bartering is much simpler, don't you think? There are a few things I'd be willing to trade for, if you're interested. Obtain through various means. Speak with other players. Share information. Okay. Animal weapon materials.
1 moment. I need to actually get them out of my saddlebag.
Okay. Rubber. Okay. Divine water. And fast-acting Allegan Catalyst. Sweet. And I only need one of those each?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep. By the way, I love the background events that is just a consistent feature now, where every time we stop to talk to an NPC, we have Zidane and Garnet doing their little thing.
Yeah. Get everything we need? Good. Hand it all over. The weapon, too. Artish here's ready to work on the Soul Stone, and he won't shut up about it. At least now it'll all be over. Good on you, lass. Now then, let's make us a weapon, eh? Can't say I've ever forged something quite so extraordinary. A weapon fit for your growing anima. Nay, something more than that. A beauty worthy of ballads. Vergelmir. The gods themselves would be jealous of a staff so fine. Playing the FF main theme.
Yep. Oh, this one actually kind of suits me.
It's pretty cool. I'm keeping the frog, of course, but... Oh no, I'm not a scholar right now. Is that a little Heidelin? Thank you. Wait till Rowena takes a gander at this. We keep this up and she'll be giving me notes, I promise. To be honest, I once questioned what use I had for a drunkard with a hammer, but you have proven yourself to be quite the competent blacksmith when you're sober. Lore, I'm at a loss as to how to express my thanks. You looked danger in the eye, unflinching, risking life and limb to help me, and then you went away for a year and a half. I hope someday I can repay your kindness. Sure, she carried it around a bit, but I made the damn thing. Don't I deserve a little more than left-handed compliments? What? The anima manifested again? When? But I didn't see anything. Are you certain? I have been known to hallucinate from time to time. Why is it that only you are able to see the anima when it chooses to present itself? Maybe it's got no interest in the likes of you. Or you, Gerald. I suppose the anima is not yet strong enough. Perhaps one day, after it has fully matured, we too will be able to behold its wonders. This calls to mind Thavnarian literature on the Zodiac Braves, legendary heroes who wielded arms of unparalleled strength. But soon they will tell tales of a new legend, of you and your anima weapon. Now don't be getting ahead of yourself, lad. There's no denying it's a beauty, but there's still room for improvement. You just said yourself the anima ain't fully matured yet. I do not need you to remind me of such things. I have kept a rather comprehensive account of everything we have done thus far. With all the data I have collected, it is only a matter of time before the next step in fostering the anima is clear. Which reminds me, Lore, if you would care to read over my notes on our work, you are more than welcome to pore over them at your leisure. They are on that table just over there. Aye, that's the way, lad. Every step that brings us closer to finishing this bleeding weapon brings me a step closer to a life free from debt and that gill-swindling wench, Rowena. So, you mentioned Balthier and Fran, and I know they were going through the games in order, but the last one I saw in LWU Magic the Gathering channel was Cloud. Did they show off anything from F of 8 through 11? Or did they skip from Cloud to Balthier and Fran? The weapon has been forged anew, and the anima's strength blossoms.
Check out my sword.
Anima Crossing? Really? Oh, that is a cool sword. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
That in fact matches your fit very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even dyed. This is just natural.
That's cool.
It's pretty much black when it's sheathed. So the purple glow only comes when you draw it. If I remember right, the glow is actually what changes with the dye.
Let me look.
Squall, Ultimecia, The ones I'm really excited for are Final Fantasy IX cards, of course, but...
Yeah, if you dye the sword. And actually this weapon has 2 dye channels now. It didn't before.
Yeah.
The primary dye channel does in fact change the color of the glow. And then the secondary dye channel changes the body of the weapon, but you can do some cool color combinations with this.
That's awesome.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Okay. I just tried it in the. I just tried putting the metal details in the cherry pink, and that goes really nice with it. Nicely with the purple.
See, where my mind immediately went dye was making it like brass or gold.
It's already kind of that color.
Yeah, but here, let me just...
Oh, okay. The lighting here is making it look that.
Here, posted into the Discord. What do you think of that? That's with the basic glow.
Yeah, that is nice.
Let me take a look.
It has the brass color that my old one, my other sword had.
Very cool.
All right. Anyway.
Is that the final stage of the Heavensward Relic?
No.
Not even close.
Okay. So, Artist here next?
We're like 1/3 of the way through.
Oh my god. Okay. So, what's next? Artist here?
Finding your voice.
Finding your voice. You got to equip it for. You got to equip the weapon. It's finding your voice.
Yeah.
From Adishir.
Yeah, you have to have the sword equipped in order to, or your staff equipped in order to pick up the quest.
Please note that upon completing the quest Finding Your Voice, you will receive an anima weapon for a black mage. To take this quest as a black mage. Breakthrough. We have made remarkable progress, Lore, but our work is far from over. If we are to create a truly free-thinking weapon, we must empower the anima to do more than utter a few unintelligible words to its wielder. Moreover, it must be encouraged to recognize you not only as the rightful owner of the weapon, but also as a companion to whom it can turn for guidance. A companion who senses its presence where no other can. Quite why that should be is a question which confounded me for some time. It was only after spending countless days poring over my notes in the last 5 minutes that the answer came to me. In my efforts to predict the anima's rate of growth, I realized that I had overlooked an important variable. You, my friend. Which is why I took the liberty of investigating you and your dealings in Eorzea. Alright, what'd your snooping find? You are possessed of a rare power known to some as the Echo, are you not? Yeah. I have read that it conveys a predator.
When I have staring seizures.
What?
I jokingly said, you mean that thing people call it when I have staring seizures? Yeah, that, sure.
I have read that it conveys a preternatural sensitivity to the psyches of others. And what is the anima but a nascent psyche? You're saying you've got to have special powers just to see the bloody thing? Special powers that only a handful of folks have got. Well,
by the way, since this is my second anima weapon on my character, I have a significantly truncated version of this whole dialogue scene. like my dialogue for this was basically, it's like, you're doing the thing again? Alright, you know what to do? Alright, good. Go get it.
Well, that's just great, that is. Even if Lore and her Echo sporting mates buy 10 weapons each, they ain't like to spend the sums Rowena's got in mind, meaning me debts are set to go unpaid. Unless, of course, you've thought of a solution? As a matter of fact, I have. Unlike the quasi-souls of golems and other constructs, the anima is unique in that it was created using the pure ethereal energies of astral and umbral nodules. As such, it bears no residual imprint of another psyche, and therefore possesses the potential for cognizance and growth. Having no reason or desire to grow, golems can typically subsist almost indefinitely on the energy of their initial ethereal infusion. The anima, however, is quite different. Being in a state of constant development, it requires a constant supply of ether. And while it is capable of sustaining itself by drawing upon the naturally occurring ether of its immediate surroundings, I have theorized that the cause of its marked growth to this point is, in fact, its close proximity with you, Lore. Your weapon serves as a conduit between you and the anima, feeding it energy at a steady, albeit slow, pace. If we could somehow improve the weapon's conductivity, I am certain it would promote faster growth, enhancing the anima's ability to communicate. But that is not all. Should we improve the conductivity sufficiently, the resultant strengthening of the connection between anima and wielder could, in theory, facilitate communication even in the absence of the echo, felling two birds with but a single stone. Which is where you come in, Gerald. Do you think you can improve the ethereal conductivity of our anima's lodgings? I can't bloody well say no now, can I? I reckon I should be able to get the ether flowing a bit freer between Lore and the anima, but it'll come at a cost. My entire debt. Pay up. By improving the weapon's conductivity, it'll become extra sensitive to anyone touching it, and that includes me when I'm pounding on it with me hammer. My energies pouring into the anima could muddle up whatever relations Lore's already got with it. I mean, if the bloody thing was to take after me instead of old Lore here. Yes, I will not deny that taking after a man of your character could certainly prove problematic. But how would you go about preventing such contamination? Contamination? Cheeky little shite. Any anima would be lucky to take after me. Just not this one, on account of how it's Lore's. Don't go worrying your pretty little head anyway, because unlike you, I think my plan's through. Ha! It's a matter of making me tools impassable to ether, in case you're wondering. Luckily, I've done somewhat similar before. While I was working with another annoying scholarly type, we developed a little trick called soul glazing. It's used to insulate weapons, but me tools shouldn't be no different.
Hey, Josam.
Of course, I didn't actually make the soul glaze myself, but I've got a fair idea who I might stand in for it. According to a glowing ball I was talking to, the Allagans used something called ether oil in their metalworking, and it did pretty much the same job. It's sure to be rare, expensive, or a bit of both, but you've got experience with this sort of thing, don't you, lass? So run along and find us 5 pots of ether oil for me hammer and anvil, will you? We're none of us getting any younger. I am, of course, grateful to you for identifying a solution. It is but a pity you did not think to ask this glowing ball of yours where to acquire it. Mayhap next time you could think your plan through a little more, yes? I apologize for this gross imposition, but I fear we must have that ether oil if we are to proceed. In the meantime, Geralt and I will continue researching how best to foster the enema's development. Alright, well, I've got the ether oil.
Now you have to unequip your staff in order to turn in the quest because you're about to hand it over.
Well, that's annoying.
Yeah, this is genuinely the most annoying part about binging a Heavensward Relic is the constantly equipping and unequipping the staff for various turning requirements.
Yeah. We shall set to work as soon as you return with the ether oil. It is 5 pots we require, don't forget. Oh, and do remember to bring the weapon itself. We shall struggle to proceed without that.
Oh, I'll have to do this another time. I've only got 1 ether oil on me.
Whoops.
It's cool. I'll just grab some more when I have poetics.
Yeah, they're $350 apiece, so you need 12.
You need 1,400, yeah.
Aha, I beat you to it.
Well done, friend. While you were abroad acquiring these, we saw to the rather less onerous matter of our own preparations. In the process, we happened upon an archive with a particularly riveting selection of texts on etherochemical research that may well prove useful in the future. Alas, I was only able to steal a few cursory glances at their contents, as Geralt was intent upon sneaking off to drown himself in ardent spirits. Would that he were as keen to immerse himself in his work. Pious little prick. A young'un like you wouldn't understand. It's me muse, me inspiration. All me best ideas come after downing summit strong. Is that right? Then what a pity you abstained for as long as you did. Had you only been a little more inebriated, mayhap you would have devised a plan which didn't involve putting Lore to such trouble. Shut your gob and coat me anvil with that ether oil before I crack one of them pots over your head.
They're such good friends.
How do you make spirits? Figure it out over spirits. I think you're playing on them.
How do you make spirits? A gun.
There. Applying the oil was much easier than I expected. How did you fare with your hammer? She's oiled up and ready for action. There's no telling how long the coating will last, though. Time to get pounding. Please do be careful, Geralt. Lore went to great lengths to procure that oil. I would not have her go to all that trouble again through any error on our part. I think you're forgetting who you're talking to, lad. My only error is making weapons what are too good for their owners, present company accepted, of course. Besides, I downed a bottle of the good stuff not long ago. Never felt better. Well, I am glad to hear. Wait, did you say a bottle? A whole bottle? 7 hells, man. I cannot in good conscience allow you to work in your condition. Don't be so daft. It weren't bad stuff. At least I don't think it was. I found it when you were reading all about them ether comical wuss names. Anyrow, there's only one way to find out how good it really was. It's hammering time. Wow, he's going fast. How is that possible? Such swift, precise movements. And his eyes. Never have I seen them so sharp. Is he quite certain it was alcohol he drank and not some manner of invigorating tonic? This is not the drunkard I imagined when Rowena introduced us. Mayhap we should keep another bottle on hand. In case you should be required to craft something else, I mean. There, a taste of me true talents. Next time, maybe you'll believe old Geralt when he tells you about the redeeming power of a stiff drink. Now then, Lore, hold her up and see how she feels. Like an extension of your arm, I'll bet, what with the ether flowing so free. A genuine, bona fide, bleeding masterpiece, fashioned for the realm's greatest adventurer by her greatest living blacksmith, hyperconductive Vergelmir. Magnificent, simply magnificent. You can almost feel her ethereal energies coursing through it. What effect do you suppose this will have on the anima? So warm. At last I feel myself. You would share your ether, the very essence of your being, to support me? Then I, in turn, shall do all that I can to support you, going wheresoever you go, even unto the farthest reaches of the realm. If, that is, you will take me as your companion. I feel real bad about the fact that I'm going to shove this thing in my glamour dresser. Lore, I take it the anima has spoken with you once again. That was a comparatively lengthy exchange, was it not? Far longer, certainly, than the scant whispers you described before. This is progress, my friend. Tangible progress. Should our young charge continue to develop at this rate, it may not be long before Geralt and I can converse with it. At last, our goal of a free-thinking weapon is within reach. Impressed, are you? Well, the anima weapon's just the start. Feast your eyes on this little beauty. Egg. Well, Lore was off looking for ether oil. I went for a little wander, and this thing found me. I found it. Any road, seeing as there ain't much these Allegan contraptions can't do, I gave it a recipe for making spirits. And let me tell you, the thing's got a real knack for following instructions. With a bit of work, I reckon we could probably teach it how to make weapons what looked like the anima weapon by the bleeding dozen. They won't be real anima weapons, of course, on account of there being no spirit inside, but you can be sure they'll still sell. And seeing as how you helped me get here, I'll even let you have one half price. Can't say fairer than that, eh?
This is perfect timing for Die, actually, because that means as soon as we finish this quest, we'll unlock the feature to make the copy of the last stage, so he can still use that for glamour.
Yeah, I just need to be able to actually, do it when I get.
Yep.
15 SIDS as an uncapped card with art variants. Oh, that's something.
That's hilarious.
Wait, hang on. So they're not legendary creatures, or they just have you can have any number of the legend rule doesn't apply to them. And does that mean that Sid Highwind and Sid from 4 don't get individual cards? They're just part of the general Sid card?
There's only 15 because the first Final Fantasy didn't originally have a Sid.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I know.
No, I was answering Sankfarum.
Ah, gotcha.
Like, that is the implication of what was just said in chat, yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's lame. So, like, it's... Okay, what... Hang on. I'm sure this has been posted in the LWU chat. I'm gonna look at this just to...
They could have had 16 SIDs. They could have included the SID from the Spirits of...
Yeah.
Artifact creatures and heroes you control get +1/+1 for each artificer you control and each artificer card in your graveyard. The deck can have any number of cards named Sid, Timeless Artificer. That doesn't fit Sid Highwind at all.
Yeah, that only fits like a couple of Sids. but it's for the joke of the infinite Sids, clearly, more so than the respect for any given Sid.
That is an incredibly realistic art style for Sid from 2.
Also, it doesn't have immunity to the legend rules, so you can only have one of them out at a time.
I mean, it specifically says in the text you can have any number of cards named Sid, Timeless Artificer.
The deck can have any number of cards. But it's a legendary creature, which means that having 2 of them out, you have to sacrifice one.
Oh, is that how that works? Okay.
Yeah. There are cards that say the legend rule doesn't apply to a specific thing.
So you can have any number of them in your deck, but you can only have one on the field at a time?
Yeah, that's awful. That's shitty.
Okay.
All right, let me go mark previous messages unread so I can go through all these spoiled cards at my leisure. That's terrible design. Wait, it's... I did miss something about Sids in the Graveyard. What? Okay, what? What does it do with Sids in the Graveyard?
Heroes you control get +1/+1 for each artificer you control and each artificer in your graveyard.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, that's better, I guess.
So theoretically, if you just line up the first 15 Sids to die, the 16th Sid is going to be a 1919 creature.
Yeah, you're more likely to get them in the graveyard via cycling, at least.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Have you no decency? We did not come here to fashion trinkets. We came here to imbue weapons with life. Life which should be respected. Respect and life don't come into it. I came here to pay off me debts, remember? And if that means making a few trinkets, I'll bloody well make 'em. Like it or not, where there's muck, there's money. And I mean to take it.
It's artifact creature's not Sid himself, but still with other details. Yeah. Okay. I can see a goofy strategy built around all of the Sids in one deck.
Drinking may have served to steady your arm, but I see your moral compass remains as wayward as ever. Plainly, there are limits to even alcohol's miraculous powers. But let us set aside Gerald's scheming for the present. Today marks an important milestone in our collective journey, and in your journey especially, Lore. The bond you share with the anima is stronger than ever. Teach it well, and one day soon the world will look upon the brilliance of our anima weapon and wonder. Excuse me. Okay.
We should continue this quest because this next step in particular is something that we're going to have to pick away at off screen. So we should like do the quest to get to the point where we're able to do that.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, this is what my book looks like now. It's not nearly as exciting as your sword or staff, but here it is.
Oh, that's cool.
The black detailing there is not part of the book itself. It's actually like a hard light thing that appears when the glow picks up.
Cool.
Which, it's fine. Scholars and summoners have the problem where, like, most of their things are just, it's a book. It's a book with a very pretty cover, but it is a book at the end of the day.
Please note that upon completing the quest, you will receive an animal weapon. Undertake this quest as a black mage. Save your breath, lass. He's been sitting there brooding ever since you left. Surely, I said, surely if we just leave her be, swinging the weapon about as she pleased, the anima will grow on its own. Of course, there's no satisfying him. I don't know what's stirring in that loaf of his, but I wish he'd pay a mind to stirrings elsewhere. The boy could use a distraction. Hells, I could make use of a nice buxom distraction myself. For the last time, please do not speak of such things. I'm asexual. Not everyone shares your deplorable appetites. But what you say of the animal weapon is true. In its hyperconductive state, 'tis only a matter of time before the anima shows new signs of growth. Yet what sort of researcher would I be if I did not search for a way to hasten the process? Always so serious. So the little lord's found a way to bugger us some more, eh? He just nods. Indeed I have, though it will require a trip to Edelshear. My quest to find Charlian researchers there bore no fruit, but I did meet with a young lady whose field of expertise is quite similar to mine own. Her name is Ulan. She has a vast knowledge of arcane entities, and specializes in the study of carbuncles. In fact, her research concerns the enhancement of these entities within crystals, or with crystals. While not quite as free-thinking as Lore's anima, they are of a similar nature. Perhaps enough for her work to be of use. When last we spoke, she sought an apprenticeship from the selfsame Charlian researchers who refused me an audience. No doubt they have left her waiting in Edelshear even now. We get there and she's living high as the new apprentice. Come, Lore, let us be off before she finds reason to conduct her research elsewhere. Cannot be abandoned via your journal. If you wish to abandon the quest, speak with Ardeshir. Okay. Okay, so to Edelshear then.
Mm-hmm.
Edelshear.
God, I should have done like a main scenario roulette while I was waiting and got the poetics.
Yeah, how many poetics do you have on you right now?
290.
Okay, we have a ways to go anyway. Over here, I got it.
I'm just doing fates and Shadowbringers.
Working on that grind?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the shared fate grind. Then I have to do all of Endwalkers as well. I don't have to, but I want to do all of Endwalkers as well. I'm yet to.
I've done Shadowbringers and Endwalkers. I've not done all of Dawn Trail yet.
When were Alra introduced to the game?
Heavensward.
Okay.
That's why there are a whole bunch of them just in various Heavensward zones.
Yeah, it's been a while, so I couldn't remember. What have we here? An admirer of the arcane? A connoisseur of carbuncles? I have none for sale, mind you, but I would be more than willing to tell you about... Ardeshir? Pray, forgive me, madam. Had I known you were an acquaintance of his... allow me to start anew. Lore, was it? I am Ulan, researcher of all matters arcane. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. My luminous companion here is Diamond. Now, exactly how did you come to know my dear Ardeshir? That is a cute carbuncle. It would appear I have come late. My apologies. I see you and Lore have already met. She has been of invaluable assistance in my research on anima. I see. Before you left Edelshear, you spoke of your preliminary proposal for the Charlians. I would very much like to hear how your work has progressed thus far. Alright, buckle up. You'll be here for a bit. In the rain. You wish to borrow my techniques for crystal absorption and apply them to your anima? An intriguing idea. Though there still remains one rather large obstacle. Arcane entities like Diamond here are comprised almost entirely of ether, which is why I believe that the ethereal energy of crystals can be harnessed to further their growth. This is the basis of my research. This can only be accomplished, however, using crystals with a combination of differing elemental aspects. All arcane beings are unique, and thus require a balance of crystals tailored to their composition. Even the slightest error can disrupt their ethereal equilibrium, possibly destroying them in the process. It is rather delicate work. To undertake such a project on your own could take weeks, even months, without intimate knowledge of my research. Unless, perhaps we can help one another. Being a researcher yourself, I have no doubt you understand my work requires a great deal of documentation, supplies, and, more importantly, test subjects. I might be persuaded to select your anima as a test subject should you and your companion choose to assist me, or if you would rather spend weeks poring over my notes. Yeah, let's help her. No, I think that is more than fair. Then we are agreed. You will supply me with literature to supplement my research, and your assistant here will bring me supplies. Here is a list of what I require. It seems we have our work cut out for us, friend. I shall return as quickly as I am able. It was time together with me, truly such an unpleasant proposition. Now, where were we? Yes, supplies for my work. I will not burden you with all that I have listed there. Even one of these items would be a boon. In exchange, I will offer you crystal sand, a reagent of my own creation that should help facilitate the absorption of crystal energies. The process will no doubt require a great deal of sand, but I will happily give all that you require. Be warned, however, you cannot haphazardly apply the sand as you please. I believe a demonstration would sooner explain my point. Would you be so kind as to call forth this anima of yours? My, what a splendid thing you are. You have the echo. You seem surprised that I can see it. Come now, Lore. I have devoted my life to the study of arcane creatures of all sorts. As Ardashir explained it, the two of you have gone to great lengths to come this far. That I should be unable to see it would be far more surprising. Now come closer, little one. I have a gift for you. Lore, this woman means us harm. My body, it fades. We must flee. Oh, my apologies. I did not mean to frighten it. Although I must say, your anima is more perceptive than I supposed. As I said before, every arcane creature is unique and requires a certain balance of elements to absorb crystal sand. This sand, however, is at odds with its composition. Rather than waste time probing your anima to ascertain a proper balance of elements, I propose we treat the crystal sand with umbrite, stripping it of its elemental properties. This is by far the safest and quickest way to prepare the sand for consumption. As luck would have it, I found a merchant right here in Edelshear who sells it. Hismina, I believe is her name. A single stone and a pouch of crystal sand is all we need to begin.
This lighting is unnecessarily dramatic.
Before I forget, you will need to have the anima's vessel close at hand when offering up the crystal sand. You mustn't forget it. I suppose this will also be of use. For your purposes, let us call it an anima glass. It allows me to more closely observe the ethereal balance of my dear diamond. It should allow you to do the same for your anima. That should do for explanations. If you should have any questions, you are more than welcome to ask. When you have all we require, return to me. We shall make the anima grow as never before. You must first speak with her while equipped here. Okay. She'll take the crystal sand and umbrite to create treated crystal sand. Treated crystal sand can be used to raise the 5 attributes associated with your anima as you see fit. Crit rate, direct hit rate, determination, piety, and spell speed. You can review the items to be exchanged for crystal sand. Owen's note. view the process of your anima at any time by accessing the anima glass in your inventory. Okay.
All right, so this is a whole process. To briefly explain, because I'm gonna have to re-explain all of this when we start doing this off stream. If you look at the, if you click on the tab and exchange items for crystal sand, you'll see a list of things that you can trade in, like scripts or primal pieces. Primal pieces are the reason why I keep telling you to roll on that stuff whenever we end up doing a Realm Reborn extremes.
Gotcha.
But then there's other stuff that you can collect. Some of this stuff you can't even obtain anymore, like the aspected materia. That's not even in the game anymore.
Well, actually, I think it's in the game. You can buy it off the market board. It just no longer generates.
Yeah.
So if you were to buy some off the market board and give them to her, that removes them.
Yeah, so like if anybody who was still playing this game back in Heaven's Ward or earlier has those, like, there you go. But like
those probably go for a mint as collector's items then.
Probably.
Depends on the type, but yeah. I've seen people as a joke with that materia melted to their Eureka gear.
Yeah. Anyway, that aside, so yeah, you buy the crystal sand. And then you also have to buy Umbrite, which is the thing you can buy for Poetics at the same place we've been buying all the other stuff.
What? I just want to say the best bang for your buck when it comes to making the crystal sand is other items 1 with the ink.
What?
Just for moving forward, the best bang for your buck, the best trading value that you're going to do on the crystal sand exchange is other items 1 for the superior ink and Thavnir.
Yeah, other items 1. Well, yeah, that's the easiest thing because that's just another thing that you can buy with Poetics is the superior enchanted ink and Thavnirian mist. But also like the primal pieces is actually the cheapest option because you can just solo the Realm Reborn extremes over and over again.
They don't always drop though.
Yeah, it doesn't always drop, but you can do it for free. Is the thing.
Yeah, it just requires time.
Yeah, it's still quicker than like grinding out Poetics. Sometimes, like, really, you just want to do like a mix and match of things. The other thing is like if you're a crafter or a gatherer, the blue scripts is a very efficient way to do it, but you're neither of those things, so that's irrelevant.
Honestly,
anyway, it doesn't matter. None of this matters right now because we're not going to do it today. Once you obtain sand, you're going to click on this other tab that she has for you. You can click out of that and click on the Foster the Anima's Growth. And you can see that there's another item we need called Umbrite, which you buy for Poetics from the same place you buy all of the other weapon faff. And then you're just going to do that until you just do that 180 times. You see the little ticker at the top of your screen there, in the top left corner. So yeah, you have to spend 180 points on your different stats, which doesn't matter because we're doing this for the clan, but it would be important to, optimize your stats if we were actually trying to use this thing.
So 180 crystal sand and 180 umbrite.
Perfect.
That does seem like it'll be a grind.
No, no, that's not correct. Because what happens is every time you trade, whenever you treat sand, you trade in 1 umbrite and 1 crystal sand, and you get like 3 to 5 treated crystal sand.
Ah, okay.
So it's not
and I believe, it is. There's not like a hard number on how much umbrite you get because sometimes RNG gives you some good luck, and sometimes you get 5 sand more often than not. But yeah, like you need. So yeah, you're going to need probably about at least you're probably going to need about 50 umbrite up to 60. And then
the same amount of crystal sand.
Same amount of crystal sand.
I mean, hey, do you know what gives you Poetics hands over a fist? Eureka!
Actually, I didn't even know that because it's been ages since I read. Anyway, so yeah, this is a whole thing. We'll do it off stream. Let's unlock the pixies first, real quick, before we move on to other things. Back to the Crystarium. Oh, yeah,
3
you
in the
can't get any
first
bonus.
half, then 3 to 5 in the second half. You can't get any bonus before filling that first bar.
All right, that's correct. So yeah, like the play, if to do this with maximum efficiency, is to collect 90 treated sand right away, fill up that first bar, and then once you get to the halfway point, then start trading in then start generating more treated sand, because then you have a chance of, not needing to do as much of it.
Where did you go? That away.
Teleporting to...
Yeah, I went to the
Yeah,
pendants
here we
after you.
Yeah, there we go.
I am going to equip my best gear. Pink Pixie. Manic Pixie Dream Realm.
Yep.
I love the quest names in this game so much.
They're pretty good. Oh, it happened again. I had another scary dream. Me too. In mine, a bunch of toys became a monster and chased me all over. What? I had the exact same dream. This can't be a coincidence. The Pixies, I'll wager they're behind it. Those beings in Ilmeg, the grown-ups say we must never go near. Yeah, the grown-ups are right. Hi, them. Mammy said that, if you're naughty, they'll come into your dreams and drag you off to a world of nightmares. Truly? Oh, no, I haven't been doing my chores. I must hurry home and finish them. It seems they were right. What a dilemma this is. And to think that they pinned the blame on us. We like fun dreams, not scary ones. Yeah, but are your standards for fun anywhere close to anyone else's standards for fun?
They don't find it fun to get chased around by toys that came to life?
Which of these do I want to say? I'm fed up with the fairies. I'll have no mischief on my watch. Give a pixie a fright sneaking up like that. And how can you even see me anyway? Wait, I know you. You're the new King Sapling. I've been wanting to meet you since forever. Lore is your name, is it not? My name is Tyr Beck, and I'm the leader of the Dream Spinners. Oh yes, I'm an expert at spinning dreams, and for this they call me the Weaver. Though weird and eccentric are often thrown around too. But whatever others say, there's no place I love more than children's fun-filled dreams.
This one's got a really cute design.
Yeah, I like this one. Graphically, a bit stylistically clashing with the hair lighting, but there's a problem. We've recently been shut out of the dreams. At around the same time, I received word that children were being racked by nightmares. So I came here to investigate, and it's just as I had feared. I suppose a few things bear explaining. Simply put, someone's trying to ruin our precious Lee Meg, the Garden of Dreams, and they must be stopped. You know, this problem concerns mortals as well, and as an upstanding member of your kind, it pains you to see your fellows suffer from nightmares, doesn't it? A little bit. But of course it does, and that's why you'll lend me your aid. Without further ado, then, let's set to work solving this problem. Come with me to the place called Sullen, west of here. We're going to rendezvous with another ally. Okay, Sullen.
The quickest way is to use the ether shard to just teleport out of the city.
All right, which target?
Like an
The
ether
Dossel
shard.
gate. No, the gate.
Oh, there's
Just
only one, right?
Leaving. Tessellation, that's the one.
Let's see.
Excuse me. Speaking with Bismarck, I wonder. When can you start this quest? When you finish Shadowbringers or sometime before?
Sometime before.
Yeah.
Ooh, you came. You really came.
Yeah, I think you could. I think you could do it like as soon as you finish. What was the name of the zone?
Ilmeg.
Ilmeg. Yeah, like as soon as you finish Ilmeg, this unlocks.
It's true what they say. The king's sapling is as kind as she is strong. Right then, our ally should be around here somewhere. In case you were wondering, it's a Porksy, those pig-like familiars, and one that has a fondness for nightmares. My new Mo acquaintance, who alerted me to the strangeness in the children's dreams, has sent it to aid us. Did someone say nightmares? It's Krauser with a monocle.
The best NPC. So this is peak character design right here.
It's enormous. Well, of course I'm enormous. It would be impossible to contain all my cuteness otherwise.
It's the best character in Shadowbringers.
Nor your vanity, it seems. But where are my manners? Azel II, Dream Devourer Extraordinaire, at your service. You show me a nightmare, and I'll show you a feast. Now, you will be wondering, what is a familiar doing without its master? Well, by virtue of the hat that my creator bestowed upon me, I am my own master. Master gave Dobby a hat.
Oh, no, let's not make those references.
Yes, you're no ordinary Porksy. Good for you. Now, I trust you know about this trouble that's afoot. Oh, I more than know about the mass nightmares that have been plaguing mortals. I already have a suspect in my sights. Truly? My investigation leads me to believe that a certain pixie bereft of color is our culprit. Of late, they have been sighted fluttering about most suspiciously in the vicinity of Lee Gaia. Bereft of color? How unusual. Now, this pixie has the ability to manipulate dreams directly, without even entering Lee Meg. With such power, they could seal away their garden's gates completely. What? But to be able to do that, you have to be at least the equal of Titania. That's a good question. You're confused, mortal, and small wonder. But rather than trying to explain, it would be quicker to simply show you. After all, by keeping company with the Weaver, you've already stepped into the place between dreams and reality. Come.
I figured the Titania dragon was fitting for this spotlight.
Mullane is on the Porksy. Is that the Porksy King or Porksy with a Krauser hat?
Porksy King. Porksy with a Krauser hat.
Well,
It's not
no, this is just Porksy itself, not Porksy King.
Ah. Do you see that little girl there, moaning and muttering in her sleep? The stench of a nightmare pervades her, unnatural in its potency. Are you going to eat it or what? Please give me back my doll. It's all I have left of Mother. I love Calcabrina so much. From what I know, the child is an orphan of Holminster Switch. Though she was adopted, she struggles to fit in with her new family and feels alone. Tell me, mortal, in what times do you experience nightmares? All men are driven by certain needs. When severely deprived of a need, their hearts come to harbor a void in which torment quickens. This torment then assumes terrible forms in dreams and takes root in the dreamer's heart. Tragic enough that this little girl lost her mother, but she also had her doll, her source of solace, taken from her by her stepbrother. It is a heart-rending tale. Yes, truly heart-rending. Ah, this stinky sweet aroma. I can't resist it anymore. I'm going to look away. If you'll excuse me, friends, it is time for me to do what I do best.
I guess Poxies are part tapir.
You'd think they'd have longer snoots then. Well, that was easy. Yes, very flavorsome. And now the child is free of... Didn't go down well? What's the matter? The nightmare. It's richer than anything I've ever eaten. Oh, my belly. I think I'm going to throw up. What? You can't! We'd be back to where we started! Leave that child alone. Ah, there we go. The Ashian Pixie. You? Who are you? Judging by your color, you're not from Leda Loran. Who am I? I suppose Anne Ladd will suffice for a name. We have found Anne Ladd. Just the one. So, Anne Ladd, you have lots of power, that much is plain. Are you the one plaguing the children with nightmares? Plaguing? We simply share in each other's misery. That child understands me, understands my loneliness. So I sealed the gate that she might be my friend, and mine alone. You know, you're a perfect size for thwonking with a staff. There's nothing you can do. No mere familiar can remove the dream I've sown. Even if it could, the dream will always return, for the child's own heart embraces it. Not good. If she can't break free of the dream's hold, her mind will inevitably be consumed. She would die. Ah, what a pain this is. It doesn't bother me so much what happens to a few mortals, but it does bother me to have our precious garden ruined. Also, this is no fun at all, Tierbeck. You should be offended. Or roundhouse kicked into a bookshelf. Yeah, Emma Frost is pretty fun.
I was thinking of the Sylph from A Realm Reborn.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like it's supposed to be a tragic death scene, and it's just too funny.
Yeah.
just the fact that when you pick up the corpses, they all have different cast bars depending on how heavy they are.
Yeah.
I hate to use my powers this way, but I have an idea. If it's the child's own heart that embraces the nightmare, then we'll just have to change it. Dun, 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 dun. Hazel, you can bring that nightmare back up, but first we have to get somewhere far away from here. Lore, I need your help too. Come on. They'll never see it coming. Why? Why must you torment me? Now then, Lore, for better or worse, you're about to see why they call me the Weaver. Here I go. Oh. Well, that's a unique monster design. It's got the manted animation skeleton, but it's a unique monster design. That's cool. That was inside me? This is where you come in, Lore. Vanquish that nightmare creature.
I believe we first saw this in Dunskar as one of Skar's minions during the ad phase.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, when I'm zoomed out, I can't get a good look at the ads.
Oh yeah,
so.
It's nice to get a good look.
It's in Eureka too. Interesting. Huzzah! You did it! And my belly is right as rain again. My, you truly are strong. The king chose their sapling well. Now then, your victory will have changed the ending to the child's dream. She'll awaken feeling as though she has conquered her fears. Had you not felled that nightmare, it would inevitably find its way back to the child. Excellently done, Lore. Right, let's hurry back to Sullen and see how she fares. Azel and I will hide and leave the talking to you. All right.
Hopefully the gal will be feeling less sullen.
I don't think Anne Ladd will, though.
Well, as long as he doesn't end up pluralizing, we're fine.
Tierbeck says I'm liable to frighten a little girl, but this can't be true, surely? These adorable ears and snout, these winsome curves. I was designed to delight. Yeah, I don't see how you would frighten the child. The pixie will. Go on, see how she is. Huh? Where am I? Did I fall asleep? Thanks for waking me up, stranger who's literally twice my height. There you are. I've been looking all over for you. Mother's worried, so hurry up and go home. Brother, I'm sorry. It seems I dozed off. Wait. There's something I want you to know. It's been lonely. I didn't know how to fit in, what to say and what to do. What's this all of a sudden? You haven't so much as spoken a dozen words to us before, much less talked about your feelings. I know. I was too scared to. And I don't know why, but I feel I have the courage now to say how I feel. I hate all of you. There's one other thing. The doll. It was a present from my mother. She gave it to me so I wouldn't be lonely. Is that the way of it? I'm sorry. I didn't realize how important it was to you. I only meant to tease you is all. I'll give it back, all right? So, come on, let's go home together. It seems you've been watching over my sister. Thank you. Please take care, and see you again. That went rather well. Mortals are surprisingly impressionable things. I see. By eliminating the child's nightmare, we wrought a positive change in her reality, thereby eliminating the void in which her torment resided. So, you've been eating nightmares. You've been eating nightmares for however long you've existed. But you never thought about the consequences of eating nightmares, positive or negative?
Yummy, yummy in my tummy.
Something like that. Anne Ladd appeared to be drawn to the torment in her heart. With it gone, they have no more reason to plague her. And with that, we may begin reclaiming our precious Lee Meg. No matter what, I'll keep it safe. I promise you, Titania.
And her fingernails are long.
You're even more adorable when confused. For now, let's just say you've done me a great service. By way of thanks, it's only fitting that I invite you to our playground. Come to Lida Loran and seek out my friend Theon Sul. They'll show you the way in. Having played an instrumental part in our success, it goes without saying that I'm invited as well. Real humble, that one. All right, to Ilmeg, I guess.
I mean, I respect it. You gotta know your worth. That's why everybody loves Adder.
It's true.
Oh, that's one of the mounts I don't have.
Wait, what is?
Somebody just flew away on it.
Dreamkeep. Ah, Lore, I presume. I've been expecting you. You should know, it's quite risky for a mortal to enter the Garden of Dreams while wide awake. You might not be able to fall asleep ever again. That could be interesting too, I suppose. Anyway, by order of Tierbeck, one of the esteemed founders of Lee Meg, I bid you welcome. Oh boy, a lavender void.
Haven't you ever dreamed of a lavender void?
No, actually.
Okay, for the past week or two, I've had some very vivid dreams of, like, me being chased by monsters.
Huh, that sounds fun.
I wouldn't call them nightmares because, like, they're, like, childish fears. It's like, they don't, like, leave me waking up in a panic or anything, but it's like, my life has been in mortal peril, and I've been remembering these dreams very clearly for a while now. It feels like a thing that I should examine.
When I have nightmares, most of the time I just sort of disconnect and enjoy them like it's like some sort of movie. So I kind of enjoy getting nightmares. They're interesting.
Yeah. Like, the nightmares I actually have that, like, fuck me up are, like, the college nightmares. The nightmares where nothing happens, you just have this feeling like you're about to flunk out of college and then you wake up in a cold sweat. Those are the ones that, like, are actual nightmares for me.
For me, it's when I get just lots of memories of regrets and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Also, burglary nightmares. They're a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
I think, God, what nightmares have I even had lately? I think a bigger problem I have than nightmares is the dreams where everything goes so perfectly and wonderful things happen, and I wake up and the wonderful things never happened.
God,
You gotta love those 15 minutes where you're laying in bed sorting out what is and isn't real.
Yeah.
We have a bunch to do. St. Karamdo's point, we have a lot to do today.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I forgot to close Poke Clicker. That's been making noise. Hang on, I'll do that.
Oh, that's what I was hearing. I was hearing some kind of alert.
Welcome, Lore, welcome. You stand within an illusory space created by our magics. Normally, it's filled with fun things, but it's been empty like this since the gates were sealed off. The gates lead to the dreams of mortals in various regions of Norvrant, you see. They allow us to interact with dreams, to shape them and rollick in them. A sinister magic hangs over the gates. The work of Anne Ladd, I shouldn't doubt. So it seems. How did you get in here? Why, Thon Soul showed me in, of course. And even if I weren't your distinguished guest, my cuteness doubtless would have won them over. You're not nearly as cute as you think you are, but... All right, you can stay. Now, where was I? Right. With that little girl freed from her nightmares, I sense that the magic over the gates has weakened, slightly but surely. This is because Anne Ladd has lost interest in the girl, I'm sure of it. We should be able to open one of the gates again, the one leading to Lakeland. I grasp the situation now, but I dare say our mortal friend is confused. Permit me to summarize it all for her benefit. Really gonna trample on their moment, Azel? Anne Ladd has identified mortals across Norvrant who strongly share their torment and has planted nightmares in them. In order to prevent interference, they sealed off the gates to the locales beyond. These mortals under Anne Ladd's hold have spread their influence to those around them, giving rise to the phenomenon of mass nightmares. Pixies do things for fun. Anne Ladd seems different. It is quite a mystery. Indeed, knowing Anne Ladd's motivation will be the key to our efforts, and rest assured I shall continue sniffing about for answers. All right, that's enough talking. Let's do something fun for a change. Lore, I'm going to lend you my power. What I want you to do is stand before the gate yonder and reach out to it, while holding an image of Lakeland in your mind.
we just create create a misshapen Lakeland primal.
Yeah, healing.
I like the music here.
My secret base is a trap at the door that fills the room with bubbles. What's that supposed to accomplish? It fills the room with bubbles! With that, we've reopened the first gate. We only have a few dream bubbles, though, so we can't do much here yet. The bubbles hold the memories of mortals' fun and happy dreams. They're used to fill our garden with all sorts of delightful things, and we can never have enough of them. On that note, we could still use your help, Lore. We went through a lot to reopen the gate. We have to make sure that it stays opened. By freeing the little girl in Sullen from her nightmares, you and yours have reclaimed the dreams of those in Lakeland. Tyr Beck appears eager to restore Lee Meg to its former fun-filled glory, and for this they require your aid. Oh, dream bubbles, yeah.
Spec Pharaoh. I look inside one, see Kronos, and immediately pop it. Yeah,
That's the size of it.
That's the size of it.
So this is the Garden of Dreams. I've been wanting to visit for a long time. Right, let's continue this back outside. I'll arrange it so you can always return here. Just let Thon Sul know whenever you want to come and go.
So yeah, this is pretty much just a vast empty area for now.
For now. Look at all this space. Think of the possibilities. Let's make a big tower for the children to climb. And then they can fly from the top. Tee-hee. I knew it was going to go bad. I wonder how many children dream of beavers.
Well, that would be a nightmare.
These ones want to create a bridge all of the colours of the rainbow. So, the Bifrost?
Yeah, I was just thinking the Bifrost, yeah.
They're dreaming. They can fly in dreams. I suppose that's what the pixies meant. Oh, leaving already? You ought to stay and play a little longer. Okay. Ah, there they are. My mind races, Lore. If an illusory space such as Lee Meg can exist, who's to say there aren't more? Well, there you have it, Lore. Lee Meg. It's a bit bare at the moment, I know, but we'll collect more dream bubbles and we'll fill the place with fun things again. What of the gates to the other regions? Shouldn't we try to reopen them as well? Oh, we should, and we will. But first, we need to focus on the one that's already open. As it stands, Lakeland is still vulnerable to Anlad's influence. In order to keep them and their nightmares away, we must keep the mortals happy by filling the region with lots of fun dreams. So you see, Lore, there's still much to be done. Won't you keep helping us so that mortals and pixies can have a place to play together? As long as you don't play tricks on me. Huzzah! Thank you, Lore. Rest assured I wouldn't dream of playing tricks on you. After all, I'm a good Titania-fearing pixie.
They mean that literally.
Yeah.
Without further ado, then, let's get to work bringing smiles to the people of Lakeland. For your part, I want you to gather lots of dream materials, items that we can enchant and use to rebuild Lee Meg. Lakeland is home to many lonely orphans, so objects that would alleviate loneliness would be ideal. My thanks in advance, Lore. I too shall continue my investigation. This Porksy will not hover idly by while stomach-churning nightmares plague the land. Dream Spinners Society quest unlocked. You have achieved friendly reputation with the Dream Spinners. From Uin Ni in Lida Loran. You may now purchase wares from Jewel Ol.
Okay, that's something we did off stream.
Okay. So completing an Allied Society quest will improve your reputation with that society. When your reputation has risen sufficiently, you'll be able to raise it to the next rank by undertaking a special quest. Okay, so I can fill the bar and then save the quest for on stream.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
which is something we've fallen off of doing with the other society quests that we've already picked up.
Here's the thing, is I don't want to spend all day, every day playing this game.
Yeah,
It's three quests a day.
Well, 12 quests today, but yeah.
Well, 3 quests.
If you do multiple, yeah.
Yeah, you can only do 3 for the same one a day.
Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, it's usually there are a lot of daily things to do in this game. But anyway.
Yeah.
Crystarium
So yeah,
time?
do we want to take a break first, or do we want to do that epilogue quest?
How long is the epilogue quest? Because doing the epilogue quest, taking a break, and then starting 5.1 might be good.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like that plan.
Yeah.
It's only one quest for the epilogue quest for now.
Also,
And then
since
I
you mentioned
guess
about it-
next week we'll do the scholar capstone.
Oh yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we can do that next week. We can save that.
Yeah,
for
we'll have
next week.
time.
Yeah, I was looking ahead at the MSQ, and there is a dungeon very early on in 5.1. So if we get through that, it's not like we don't necessarily have to finish 5.1 today, because if we finish the dungeon, we'll be able to do the rest of 5.1 and all of 5.2 next week fairly easily.
Okay. Well, let's shoot for that then.
We just have to get through the dungeon today.
Since you mentioned about Good Dreams ending being feeling awful, I once got For the Man Who Has Everything.
Oh yeah.
What does that mean?
It's the name of a famous Superman story where he's put into an illusion where he has a son and a family, and then it ends. Yeah, I went through that once. That sucked.
Oof.
All
That
right.
sounds awful.
Shadow.
Yeah.
Rocket, baby.
I raised that kid to the day he went to college.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof. Glynard is overjoyed to welcome the conquering hero's return. Well, if it isn't the great hunter herself. As if you don't know, all 4 of the cardinal virtues laid low, all with your help. You're the talk of the stairs, Lore. When the night returned to Lakeland, we knew in our hearts that change was on the horizon, but never did I dare hope that you might help rid us of those terrible fiends. You've surpassed my wildest expectations. Not mine, Glynard. When I first laid eyes on her, I had an inkling that she was the hero we'd been waiting to come along. Easy to claim after the fact. If you'd indulge me, though, I would love to hear you tell how it all played out. The hunting of the virtues, that is. Well, it was quite an adventure that ended with a panicked lesbian, so... My word, there's so much more to it than I realized. There, I thought you'd only had to track down the bloody things. Gods, though, the things you learned about the Warriors of Light. So many secrets and details lost over time. And for all their hard work and sacrifice, they somehow brought about the flood? Can't say I understand it all, but it's a bloody tragedy it is. We should gather the others and toast their memories. Heroes of Eld, brave and true, to be remembered forevermore. Now, thank you not to let your bleeding heart drive you to offer up a fortnight's stock of spirits. Attend to your other customers, and let me speak with the hero of here and now. What's the name of the warrior of light that we didn't fight and wasn't Ardbert? What was her name? Cerna or something?
Elf? Yeah.
Cylva.
Cylva.
Yeah.
Whatever would I do without your good sense and wisdom? Very well, I'll leave you to entertain her. But don't think we won't be having that drink someday. if this elf is related. Lore, I must thank you for sharing with us such incredible tales. 'Tis only right that I repay you in kind. With the ending, that is. With the story of the true villain who towers above the virtues, the devil more deserving of death than any that yet lingers in this world. If your curiosity has been piqued, then meet with me atop the balcony overlooking the crystalline mean. I will be waiting there until you do. Alright. You guys lead me there. This place is a maze.
Teleport to the Amaro launch.
You came, as I knew you would. Never met a mystery you could leave well enough alone, or a demon that you could let live, am I right? And this demon is undeniably deserving of death. Make no mistake, to cut them down would be just and proper, the act of a goodly person. That is just what you are. I can see that. That's ominous. No need to grow impatient or be offended, my friend. But before you pass judgment on this villain, you need first understand their part in everything. Who they were to the fallen warriors of light, for instance. Of course, right about now you must be wondering how I know what I know, what a tavern wench of all people has got to do with any of this. Let me tell you then, I am the one who brought together the Virtue Hunters. I am the one who marked you as a potential ally to them and bade you join them in their quests. I alone knew what had to be done, and what sort of sinner would be needed to see this tale of tragedy and betrayal brought to an end. But come, we have many malms ahead of us still, to Calusia and the Codger's Crook. I will go on ahead and wait for you there. All right, she's still tied. Hey, I got the PvP mount.
I still don't have that one, actually.
I've been doing a single frontline roulette every day to level characters, and I'm at like PvP series levels 28 or something.
Yeah, I need to start doing that.
Yeah. I mean, it's 15, 20 minutes a day. It's annoying, but it also gets me achievement progress for mounts.
Yeah, it's, between raiding and spending time with my boyfriend, I've been a little distracted.
Yeah. I'll do frontline with him.
He would not agree to that.
Does he really love you then?
You are accustomed to life on the road, I see. As am I.
Okay. I know you're saying no to the front line, but from my perspective, that just went Teddy saying, "Does he really love you?" Then, and I just see no. That's awkward timing.
All right. Anyway,
do you recognize this place? I thought you might. Here is where it began, where Ardbert first met Lamet. Oh, hey, I was just asking the last week for a compilation of all the cutscenes in chronological order.
mm-hmm.
Still young and lacking in experience, but possessed of so much potential. Heroes in the making. Even then, the keen-eyed could see. They would only fulfill that promise much later, though, after joining with their other dear companions, Brandon and Rendoray. I wonder if Ciela is Cylva. And one other, an elven woman, not half bad with a sword. But perhaps you are already asking the question, who? There were 5 warriors of light in all, but she would make 6. Indeed, after adding in Nilebert, there does seem to be one too many. But believe me when I say there was indeed a 6th adventurer lost to history, and her name was Cylva. Though I doubt I need convince you of this truth, when you walked in the Virtue's memories, you saw her time and time again, did you not? Then you saw the true villain, the traitor responsible for all their woes. Ah, not her then. Let us continue the story elsewhere, to Almarang in the Fields of Amber.
Yeah, remember, these elves are not Tolkien elves. They're not immortal. No, that's the Viera in FF14 lore.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's only been 100 years. The elves lived to what, 200?
No, like
120.
Oh, well, never mind then.
They are longer lived, but they're not that.
Yeah.
They're not like inhuman.
I guess I will follow you guys. I wonder if we'll get a Typhon card in the MTG set.
Probably. It's a fairly iconic monster.
Yeah, probably. I would stat it out with its ability returns opponent's creatures to their hand. Probably. You saw the true villain's face in their memories, and I told you her name in Collusia. But what were her crimes, you ask? Hearken to my tale, and you will learn. Cylva had joined the others before they first met Nilebert. After their party of 5 came to this place, they took on a commission to slay a powerful beast that had taken up residence in the mines. Said beast was believed to be the instigator of ever more terrible tremors, and so time was of the essence. But during their hurried search, they crossed paths with their future companion, then a competitor aiming to usurp their prize. After another tremor triggered by the beast trapped them all underground, they had no choice but to work together to lay it low. But to their dismay, even after its death, the earth continued to shudder violently. As the adventurers looked to each other in confusion, Nilebert strode towards the beast's body and grabbed hold of a curious stone, a stone brimming with untold ether that he had sought out that he might harness its potential to rescue a loved one lost to the rift. But so powerful was the stone that it warped the flow of the life stream. Its very existence was a threat. And so, when faced with the choice between one life and countless others, Nilebert wept and shattered the stone. He had held his comrade's salvation in his hand and cast it aside for the greater good. For his sacrifice, he was judged a hero, and in that instant, a warrior of light was born. In life, Nilebert was a pragmatic figure, whose wisdom and sagacity were admired by all. Little wonder that in death he would retain his virtue. But as Nilebert mourned the friend he forever lost, the betrayer Cylva looked on in silent contentment, for they had taken the first step on their path towards becoming heroes brave and true. His sacrifice had sparked the transformation, which was fuel for the ritual to come. What ritual, you may wonder? Fear not, all will become clear in time. Come with me to Raktika, to the City of Swamps. We must retrace the steps as they were taken to understand the depth of her treachery. Okay, so my guess is that she was my guess is that she was an Ascian agent come to bring about, sent to bring about the flood of light in whatever way she could, and she guided the Warriors of Light to defeating whatever darkness they were fighting to bring that about.
Man, imagine like being in France and having a conversation with somebody, and then they tell you if you want to hear the rest of the conversation, you have to travel to Poland.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty dumb.
Now imagine you could travel between France and Poland by catching a ride on a magical like energy stream that connects big crystals.
That's
I do
more
like
fair,
how this
but
quest line is basically there, like for the people who weren't able to piece together the timeline from context clues. Here it is. Here's the order of events.
yeah. All right, where are we going?
This way. You got to shoot.
Mostly, I needed you to guide me out of Slitherbound. Other than that, I can find my way just fine.
I just go up and over.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, fair enough. I'll remember that for the future then.
By the time it's easier.
Lahi. This place too is familiar to you, no? From days recent and long since past. After the events in Almarang, Ardbert and his comrades grew in fame, spurring others to entreat their aid. The adventurers sought out greater and greater challenges, and in pursuit of another, they came to Raktika. Well, here, the hunter Rendare learned that the notorious mark, Balam Keats, was near. And so, under cover of darkness, she slipped away from the others to slay the beast by herself. Like Nilebert before, of course, you already know what her motive was. Balam Keats had robbed her of her fellow hunters. Only vengeance would redress the balance. Moreover, she would not dare risk the lives of her new comrades, so terrified was she of the mere possibility that she might have to relive that terrible day. And so she faced Balam Keats alone, and would have surely died for it, had Ardbert and the others not arrived in time to help. Like Nilebert before, of course, you already know what happened next. For her love, her conviction, and her resolve was she chosen by Hydaelyn. And from that day forward, Rendare swore never again to betray her comrades' trust, to share with them the triumphs and the tragedies, to relinquish the freedom she had once held in the highest. The bravest, most courageous hunter that ever was. That moment would define what she became in life and in death. Her sacrifice would hasten the transformation, which was fuel for the ritual to come. The betrayer Cylva looked on, yet more satisfied. They were oblivious to her machinations, unaware that they were dancing to her tune. Their journeys continued, and so must ours, to Ilmeg and Lee Gaia. Alright, to Ilmeg.
To Volokdorf.
Say goodbye to Lahi.
Wake up.
Grab a potion, put a little makeup.
Why'd you leave the vault sack on the table?
Look, I've had the version where the only lyric is table far more than I've actually heard the actual song. Table, 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 table.
I like the one where the end of every sentence is replaced with table.
God, somebody's done that with one of the newest raid songs, just changing the last word to climb on everything.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I shared that one with people in the spoiler channel we have.
It's quite good.
As beautiful now as it was then. You saw it too, would you not agree? With the death of Balam Keats, the legend of Ardbert and his comrades had grown larger than ever. Thus emboldened, they came to the kingdom of Vobert. Vobert had long been troubled by what some had dubbed a magical plague, innocents found transformed into misshapen fiends that the kingdom's knights had no choice but to put down ere the contagion spread. Brandon had been one such knight. In his youth, he had served the Princess Saldia faithfully, only to be cast out for a single mistake. Thus did he take to the road where he met Ardbert and the others. Having grown stronger and wiser and more respected, Brandon felt it was time to return and redeem himself, and with the aid of his comrades, he did just that. Tadric, the court mage, was unmasked as the mastermind of Vobert's misery, and by disgraced knight's blade was he brought to justice. But with his dying breath, Tadric cursed the Princess Saldia, sentencing her to a fate worse than death. At her behest did he raise up his blade, and for the sake of the kingdom, strike down his liege lady. With that single stroke he forever changed, though nearly not in the way that was necessary. He stood at the precipice and almost forsook his compassion for unflinching judgment, but mercifully turned aside at the last. Thus did he find and embrace true justice, that which weighs law and heart together and strives for the greater good. 'Tis a long, difficult road from which many stray, settling for simpler moralities. But I would expect no less of the man who became Dikaiosyne. His sacrifice would strengthen the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. You keep saying that! As her companions grew ever more powerful, so too did the betrayer Cylva. Bit by bit, they brought her closer to her goal. But it was not yet finished. To Collusia they returned, and so must we. Why did we... God damn it. Tomra and the next chapter of our tale await. Alright, to Tomra. I can just use return.
Alright, so we've been to France, Poland, Germany, and now we gotta go back to France. And we will not speak to each other once on the train ride between these places. It is very important for these 5 paragraphs of text to be given in these specific locations.
Imagine if the warrior of light just got bored and didn't show up. What's the Shelley going to do?
I mean, I do in fact have a couple of hanging quests that I have, where I've just left NPCs hanging for like a year.
I left an NPC for like 6 months in the middle of a tundra asleep.
Oh yeah, I know exactly the one you're talking about. In fact,
yeah.
Anyway.
Slowly but surely, the adventurers were fulfilling their potential. Word of their deeds in Vobert spread like wildfire, and their legend grew ever larger. But for all their success, the fledgling heroes would be forced to endure more hardship and welcome more sacrifice. They pressed deeper into the depths of Raktika, towards ancient Ronka. 'Twas there that the dwarf Lamet came to a crossroads, for in claiming the magic she desperately desired, she would be forced to renounce something equally precious. Dwarves are a reclusive lot, wont to withdraw from the outside world, that their many traditions might be preserved in isolation. When the stone blight began to spread, they chose to lock away the afflicted and refused to seek outside help. But Lamet would not abide this. She vowed to save her ailing kin, her sister among them, even if it meant violating dwarven law. With her newfound power, she returned and cured the sick, and for this she was banished by the Council of Elders. This came as no surprise, for she had made her peace with it long before. When she stood in that ancient ruin and called upon forgotten guardians to grant her forbidden knowledge, she knew then what the price would be. She had weighed her traditions and identity against the lives of those she loved, and made her choice, though it pained her terribly and in ways only a dwarf could understand. And Hydaelyn, it would seem.
First companion, the last conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
Through hardship and sacrifice was a new warrior of light forged, a healer that knew more than any the value of a life, and would do anything to see it preserved, even in death. Her sacrifice would nearly complete the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come, very soon then, very soon. For Ardbert and his comrades had stumbled upon evidence of the larger design, threads linking together the disparate troubles of the realm. A name spoken only in whispers, the Shadowkeeper, a singular force sowing chaos and discord throughout Norvrant to an unknown end. If the warriors of light truly wished to save their world, then they would need to confront this villain amongst villains. And at the end of their exhaustive search, at the end of their struggle, who do you think they found waiting to welcome them with open arms? The answer to that awaits us in Lakeland, our final destination. The villain yet walks among us, Lore, unknown and unpunished. Go on ahead and wait for me at Laxton Loft. There are preparations to which I must first attend. All right, back to Lakeland.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Now imagine if she left you hanging.
I love how whenever a game or movie or whatever includes the phrase "among us," we all are reduced to one singular brain cell, yeah?
Yeah. Just like phrases, words that have been ruined by something else.
Nice touch.
See, I told you.
I know. I've literally done this quest before, Laura. I have to, like, throw you off the scent somehow.
Damn you, Cylva! We were comrades in arms! Friends! That we were, and that we are. Everything I said, everything I felt, it was all true. You mean the world to me. You're the bloody Shadow Keeper! What in the hells was this for? For you, for every one of you, to forge you into heroes worthy of her blessing, that she might choose you as her champions. A ruthless mage consumed by the pursuit of power to save his friend no matter the cost. By his sacrifice, a warrior born. A mournful hunter scarred by tragedy, resolved never again to trust in others. By her sacrifice, a warrior born. A disgraced knight who yearns to steal his heart in justice's name. By his sacrifice, a warrior born. A troubled healer torn between tradition and love. By her sacrifice, a warrior born. And their leader, an adventurer with a heart overflowing with love for his dearest comrades, who must now bring his axe to bear against his own. By his sacrifice, a warrior born. I am the villain you seek, the keeper of shadows from a world shrouded in dark. By our struggle will this world be shattered and its souls saved. Cylva! And yet here you stand. Saw it all, did you?
Here you stand, and you have not started the solo duties, so what are we doing here?
Yeah. I thought you might. Mother's gift has a knack for showing us exactly what we need to see, if not what we want to, or when. They knew me as Cylva, but my real name... It doesn't matter. It does kind of matter. Like you, I am not of this world. I crossed the rift and came to the first. My home, the 13th, fell to dark in a calamity that mirrored the one which nearly claimed this world. I was one of several heroes who failed to save it. Oh, interesting.
You didn't see that part coming.
No, I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
The boy, Unukalhai. I have glimpsed him in your memories. He was a friend. Like him, I heeded the words of the Ascians, and that I might redress the balance, I chose to come here and hasten a rejoining of worlds. A shard... What?
So, one time off stream, I want to just bring this up for the people in the audience. One time off stream, we were doing the Heavensward Extremes for some Wondrous Tales, which meant we had to go over to Unukalhai to complete those quests and unlock the dungeons. And I made a comment, it's like, wow, it's so weird that there's just this random kid who stole Minfilia's office after she died. and Lore says, it's like, yeah, and he's just going to stay here forever because we're never going to come back to him because he's never going to be relevant again. and I'm just like, yep, that's how that works.
Some of the stuff you say off stream, and it's just like, oh my god, I'm glad you didn't say that on stream. Spoiler chat would have gone mad.
Yeah.
Isn't it good when spoiler chat goes mad?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is one of those things where it was a very funny conversation, and it's a shame it did not happen on stream.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving it on.
A shard subsumed by dark demands a mirror of blinding light. Primordial forces will strive to achieve equilibrium. But there was a solution. A single solution, I believed. Were a flood of light to consume this shard in its entirety, it would be of no use. The Ascians made it clear it must be brought to the brink, but no further. The task was difficult, but the plan simple. Souls predisposed to light, fledgling heroes in the making. I would bring together Ardbert and his comrades and groom them for a higher purpose. I would play the part of comrade and guide their course, all the while laboring in secret to pit stronger and stronger enemies against them, until finally, once they were warriors of light, brave and true, I would reveal myself as a warrior of darkness and extinguish their radiance forever. Thus would this world be primed for a rejoining and the source for a calamity. The Ascians who called themselves Mitron and Loreweaver were confident it would succeed. And, indeed, Ardbert and the others rose to the occasion, as I knew they would. It was not to be. I had misjudged Ardbert. His comrades before him had made their sacrifices in turn, and as their mirror I had grown stronger for it. Had he but embraced his role and struck me down, victory would have been mine. But Ardbert, dear Ardbert, would not forsake his heart. In the end, he chose mercy. He chose love, and I was undone.
Ardbert said, "Surprise, motherfucker, this is Undertale."
The rest you know. He sought out Mitron and Loreweaver and granted them what he refused me. They accomplished everything they set out to achieve, and then the flood came and washed it away. In the wake of my betrayal, I would look on from the shadows and reflect on my many sins as it all fell to ruin. Denied death then and now, and perhaps ever after, as a fragment of my essence endures. But then, one day, years ago, my fallen comrades rose again as the cardinal virtues. It coincided with the arrival of the first scions, I later realized, a defense against the forces being marshaled to undo my failure. I can but assume the Ascians planted the idea in Valthry's head. They were his creations, after all, and with their graves in Yulmoran territory, it was doubtless a simple matter to have their bodies exhumed and prepared. That's how it happened. That motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who am I to speak, you may think when I say this, but when I saw these abominations he had wrought in their image, I was filled with such despair, such anger. I cannot unwrite the past. My soul is stained with the blackest sin, and I will not pretend that it can ever be otherwise. But this act, this I could not ignore. If the Ascians were going to such lengths, then surely others would cross the rift in due time. And so I hatched a plan. I would assume the guise of Cylva, and as her, take up residence in the Crystarium, where I would take measures to bring together the most ambitious of adventurers, individuals driven by more than mere coin, virtue hunters. That way, when the enemy the Ascians feared more than any came to the first, the stage would be set. They would join in the hunters' quests, and together unmake Valthry's simulacra, and lay their souls to rest once more.
I like the double meaning of that title now. Virtue hunters, both. Like, they're literally hunting virtues, and also they're, like, virtuous hunters.
Mm-hmm. And so you did, Lore. The virtues are no more. But the one ultimately responsible for their creation, the devil who set them on their doomed path, lingers still. Okay, hang on. I want to understand what the plan was. So, the Ascians told her to bring the world to the brink of a flood of light.
Mm-hmm.
And she said to herself, okay, but if we do a full flood of light, it won't work for them. And so this was, I guess that was the Ascians' manipulation all along. They wanted her to bring a full flood of light?
They didn't want the full flood because otherwise it would result in like the 13th, where it was impossible to combine it back with the source. They were trying to increase the amount of light in this world, however, to bring it to the brink by having them commit such heroic actions that they produced the the crystals of light that we gained throughout A Realm Reborn, and this world is already closely aspected to light. So the addition of those crystals being produced tilted it further and further to the light.
It's bullshit space magic.
Yeah.
The devil who set them on their doomed path lingers still. You know all there is to know of the heroes who saved this world. The truth I kept hidden in the shadows is yours, and there are no more secrets to share. And so I ask you now to grant me that which Ardbert could not. Death. You still have a duty to others. No, don't do this. Don't you spare me like he did. How can you stand there and say I deserve to live, knowing everything I did, the lives I destroyed, the chaos I wrought? The Wardens pale in comparison. Surely there is no greater villain than the Shadowkeeper. Death is no comfort to the living is... Which of these do I want to say?
You're certainly not going to be the first person that the Warrior of Light ever kills.
Death is no comfort to the living is a very funny thing to say after having done the Nier race.
The one flaw in Cylva's plan. The Warrior of Light has never killed anyone.
Yeah.
Which is why you must live to atone for your deeds. You can, you should. You were a hero once. You can be again. I should have expected a hero would say something like that.
I went with the other one, and her comment is, it would be for my own benefit. I can't not deny that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she literally just wants to die.
Yeah. How does one even seek atonement? 'Tis an undiscovered country, with no charts or stars to guide. How will I even know when I find it? Perhaps I may yet find purpose in preserving my comrade's legacy, in helping others to understand the sacrifices that made them true heroes. For now, I shall return to the Crystarium and continue to exist Glynard, while spreading the forgotten tales of the Warriors of Light. You would have been good friends, you and Ardbert, in another life. In this life, actually. Maybe you and I as well.
I mean, I call him a great guy, but that's a bit conceited of myself.
Yeah, self-congratulatory.
Look at Milena. Or look at Milena.
Ah, yeah. Ah. Playing the Shadowkeeper, are you? How long have you been saving this glam?
Yeah,
dang, Milena.
Yeah, like Unu Kalhai.
We're not murdering Milena either, for the record.
You don't know that.
Like Unu Kalhai and like the Warriors of Darkness, Cylva obviously had to give up their original body to travel, so they're kind of like like the Scions right now. Hence why they're still young, physically.
Yeah. You just bought it. It's a trivial amount of nutsacks that have been capped for months. Fair enough.
That actually took me a little while to figure out.
Yeah, nutsack gear is like hard to hunt down because it's like, where the fuck does this gear come from?
Oh no, I meant
Nutsack? Okay.
I meant how Cylva was still young.
Oh yeah.
I see Ciela finally returned. She seems a bit more, how should I put it, at ease? You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Little bit. Lolly-ho, my friend. Here to join me for a drink or three? Ah, thought not. Okay, yeah. I tell you, I'm not at all accustomed to wearing armor any longer. Simply moving about in it is enough to tax my strength. And fighting? Ugh. Any one of Captain Lena's recruits could probably put me flat on my back. Oh, I just realized. Hang on. That shadow armor was not what she wore on her adventures. And it's not what she arrived in the 13th with.
Yeah,
so
that
it's
just, she literally just had a custom set of evil armor.
A custom set of evil armor made for her showmanship, yeah. And she dug it out of a 100-year-old box to do this.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I needn't rely on my sword to spread the truth of my fallen comrades' deeds. Only words and the passage of time will see their legacy redeemed in the eyes of the people. Thank you for accompanying me on my journey of remembrance, Lord. May your deeds ever be remembered and celebrated as all heroes deserve. Tales to be told. Now that got me living memory.
Will be my living legacy.
All right, let's take a quick break.
Let's talk to Celia first.
Oh, right. Welcome to the Wandering Stairs, love. What? What does that look for? I'm still a tavern wench, aren't I? We all have our parts to play. How fare you of late? Still tending the bar, cleaning up after drunkards in Glynard. If this is the punishment you had in mind, I struggle to fathom a harsher fate. In all seriousness, I have been making an effort to use my spare moments to entertain patrons with stories of the Warriors of Light. The truth, with all the forgotten glories and sordid details. This being a bar, most of the folks lending an ear are a few drinks deep, so there's no telling how much of it they retain, or believe for that matter. But I'll keep at it. Stories have a way of spreading. Tell me about the Shadowkeeper. Why, only the greatest villain of her day. The mysterious architect of countless tragedies all across Norvrand, who finally faced justice at the hands of the Warriors of Light. The betrayer whose defeat set in motion events culminating with the Flood of Light. You knew that much, didn't you? Before I took that name, I was known by another in the 13th, a shard all but subsumed by darkness. There I met with Ascians, who convinced me that the only path to salvation was to embrace the dark and journey into this world. I had two objectives. One was to raise up heroes brave and true, worthy champions of the light, Ardbert and the others. I would join them in their journey and shepherd them unto glory. Heroes need enemies to grow stronger, and so I sowed the seeds of discord. From Lakeland to Colusia, from Almarang to Ilmeg, I set in motion events that would forever change the lives of my comrades and countless others. My second objective was contingent on the first. I would confront the adventurers forged by hardship into warriors of light and strike them down at the height of their power, ensuring that the delicate imbalance between the primordial forces would be preserved just so. But in the end, I failed. Tell me about the Warriors of Light. Ardbert, Lamet, Brandon, Renderay, Nilebert. These are the names of the villains responsible for the Flood of Light, which nearly destroyed our world. Lies and slander, of course. They were as much victims of fate as any of us. They traveled the length and breadth of Norvrand, helping those in need, and for their deeds came to be known as heroes. But sometimes all it takes to destroy your reputation is a bad turn. I do think it's interesting how receptive so many people that we've talked to about the Warriors of Light have been to the idea that they caused all this by accident, that they were heroes, that they did great things, and they
were
weren't.
manipulated.
Yeah, like it is interesting to me how receptive the people in this land are to that.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's just because we spend a lot of time in an adventurer town, but
Yeah, I feel like that is probably the main thing. Like, one, we spent a lot of time at Adventuring Town, and like two, like these people have been living with the apocalypse for a while. It's probably pretty easy for them to guess. It's like, yeah, no, that tracks. Like, you don't do shit like this. You don't walk into shit like this on purpose, usually, unless you are like a fucking Asian or something.
Yeah. And yet, despite everything that happened, they refused to give up. They cut a deal with the man in white and made one last desperate gamble. But you know that tale better than me, don't you?
All right,
It is also a notable fact that we are the hero that is saving the world. That is true. Our word carries a lot of weight.
Yeah.
True.
And like we have the backing of the Crystal Exarch, who has like the second most pull in this world.
Yeah. Okay, now we take a break. I have to go to the bathroom really bad.
Me too. Be right back.
Burp.
Hi, kitty.
Okay, I'm almost ready. I'm just reading through the spoilers for the Magic set. For a moment, I was really pissed because Zidane Tribal was a reskin of Ragavan, but apparently there's going to be a bonus sheet with cards reskinned into Final Fantasy characters. So there's going to be an actual Zidane card in the main set.
Fair enough.
Yeah, there are so many cards and forms of cards and cards for multiple things. Yeah. All right, Laura, you can read this stuff after the stream. We have stuff to do.
Yeah. Okay.
You have shit to do right now.
Where's my controller? Okay. All right.
We are heading to Mordona, which, according to Magic the Gathering, is a swamp, apparently.
It is a swamp. Well, yeah, actually, I can see that.
Yeah, I mean, we literally have the fog fence.
Yeah, then there is like a nearby swamp. So yeah.
Yeah, the fog fence.
Also, it's thematically an ethereal bog.
Yeah. It's just kind of a dead zone, so yeah, it tracks.
Oh, whoops. I'm on the Be Right Back screen. Hang on.
Yeah, I wonder if Unocal has anything to say now that we've done that.
Let's find out.
Yeah, I generally don't remember. He might not.
Let's find out.
Well, we've got all his quests done now, at least.
A pleasure as always, Lore. What would you ask of me? Nothing new. I'm being tagged for something. What's up, Count Bob? All right, let's proceed. Tataru! What?
Is he tagging you with the fact that there are 4 SIDS? Well, first of all, there are 15 SIDS, not 4 SIDS. And we talked about that like 2 hours ago.
Okay. Tataru! It's been a while. Tataru seems eager to make up for lost time, and she's going to give me a Crystarium weapon coffer. Lore, gods, it's good to see you. I hope your being here means you've had your fill of rest. More than my fill. Well, you've certainly earned it. Not much has happened since your last visit. I had planned for you to meet that helper I told you about, but he refuses to answer his link pearl. I do hope he's all right. We've been exchanging messages with the Eorzean Alliance throughout, though. They say the fighting has finally stopped at the Gimlet Dark, and that the Empires show no sign of movement. Which means we might actually have a moment to ourselves for a change. Seeing as you're back, maybe you could tell me more about your time in the First? Great! Oh, and if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Flammen to join us. She'll want to know what happened to Minfilia, and I think it's best she hears it from you. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be an unfun conversation.
Mm-hmm.
We'll meet you on the terrace at the House of Splendors. Did we ever even tell her that she went off to be Heidelin's mouthpiece? I think we hid that from her.
No, we did tell her.
Oh, okay. Dramatic. menacing music to lead into this conversation because I'm on the right mount.
Mm-hmm.
Lore, my, it has been too long. Tataru did mention that I would be joining you, did she not? Oh my god, I hope there's a Tataru card. There won't be, but I hope there's a Tataru card. Thank you. Words cannot well express how I have longed to know more of the First. This world Minfilia has sacrificed so much to save. But come, rest your feet. Tataru should be arriving shortly. And so Minfilia chose to pass on her gifts to the next oracle. This girl who Thancred named Reen? To have such a burden thrust upon her as a child, only to embrace it when given the choice. In that respect, they are quite alike. It would seem her legacy is indeed in capable hands. Lore, might I ask a favor of you when next you return to the First? To tell Reen what I cannot. To tell her thank you.
I've been waiting for that parasite to kick it.
What the fuck, Eddie? And I would offer thanks to you as well, for staying with her to the end. Begging your pardon, but could I have a word? Oh, hey. Raoul, I think. Raoul, I hope you're here to tell me you've received word from our helper. I wish. Nay, I've not had a peep out of him, and it's been a good long while now. Too bloody long. On account of which, I'm going to sneak over the border and see if I can't get a signal to him from closer up. But what if they catch you? There must be another way. Well, it ain't as if we can ask Thancred to do it. Besides, I shouldn't have no trouble picking me way through the gimlet now that the fighting's died down. God's knows there's enough shadows to hide in. And it beats waiting round here twiddling me thumbs. Any road, I just thought I'd let you know. Now I'd best be. He falls over, his soul gets sucked out and goes to the First.
No, even better, his soul gets sucked to, like, the 5th or some shit. Like, what? Why? What? No!
Not this shit again!
No, what the fuck is going on?
I nearly forgot.
What are you doing?
He's like, it wasn't me this time!
I swear!
I nearly forgot. Kryle's at the Stones, and she wants a word. Something to do with the patients. She was getting ready to examine them again when I left. You get to the 5th, there's another Exarch who insists he does not know who Gra is. We'd best head back then. I'm sure it's important. I know which mount I am, because I am not on screen. Nothing's on screen. It's first person!
The power of the blimp.
It seems she's still examining them. Oh, I do hope it's nothing bad.
You're here.
Oh, I was hoping this would be voiced. Excuse me.
So, how are they? Still locked in slumber, but otherwise in good physical health. For the present, at least.
Do we have a time limit?
For the present?
Oh no, is something wrong with them?
Tataru, I understand exactly what you mean by that, but I would like you to take a mental step back and examine the sentence that just came out of your mouth.
Is there something wrong with the coma patients?
Yeah. The soulless coma patients. Nothing's wrong with them. Nothing else is wrong.
I'm afraid there may be. I summoned you after detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examination suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, my fears were confirmed. Tellingly, the degree of instability varies between them.
Perfect as they are, peace and quiet at last.
Thancred exhibits the most notable signs, followed by Y'shtola and Urianger. The twins' ether, meanwhile, remains relatively stable, but there is a change there too if one knows to look for it.
Hold on. Isn't that the order they were called away in?
Indeed. Which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time. Though I can but speculate, I fear this may be a symptom of a weakening link between body and soul.
So you're telling me I should finish the
By the
Eden
gods,
storyline
what
quickly
happens if
then?
the link is broken?
I cannot say for certain. This is all unknown territory to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good. Mercifully, the instability is still only slight. And you may rest assured, Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep
But
it
Master
from
Matoya is
worsening.
the one in the coma.
Be that as it may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies.
Leave it, what, someday I want to see a line in a piece of media. No rest for the wicked awesome. I have been saying that for years, and I want to see it show up in a piece of media. No rest for the wicked awesome, eh?
I realize you've only just returned from saving 2 worlds, but time is not on our side.
But where's she even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
Well, we could talk to the Exarch again.
You stated in your report that the Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct?
Can you still kill him? Is that an option?
Raha always
No.
was a reckless young fool, ready to die for the first righteous cause that came along.
He's a lot older than you are now.
His plan might well have worked.
Now he's an old
But I'm glad
reckless
he
fool.
never had the opportunity to see it through. Even if it does mean our friends must remain stranded a while longer. There is another way, I am sure of it. And the key lies with him, with the Exarch. Pray return to the first
Pray return.
and apprise him and the others of the situation. We, meanwhile, will do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind, we will have good news to share.
I'm not sure you will. I'm not sure the fates will be kind to us in that regard. But here's hoping. Take care over in the first, Lore. We're counting on you and the Crystal Exarch to bring our friends home. Don't you worry. Master Matoya and I will think of something.
I'm going to be staying at a place called the Golden Sands this week.
Really?
Yeah, and turns out one of my online friends actually works there, so we're gonna hang out, and I am absolutely going to tell him pray return to the Golden Sands.
Looks like you'll have to make a piece of media. Yeah, I've got several stories that are cooking that I really should take the time to sit and work on. Maybe mock up some comic book pages. At this point, I'd probably work on either Steadfast or Golden Tomorrow, but we'll see.
I have so much I have planned for a comic. I just need to be good enough to make the comic.
Kill your darlings. Don't wait until you're good enough to do something. Do it now.
Ah, Lore, you're returned. I hope your time in the Source was suitably restful. I've mostly been here, actually. But of course it wasn't. Go on. Their corporeal ether shows signs of instability. By the gods, the possibility never even occurred to me. If you have returned in the hope that my research has yielded a solution, I fear you will be sorely disappointed. 'Tis but a mercy we have the likes of Mistress Kryl and Master Matoya to keep our friends' bodies safe while we wrestle with the problem. But they cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told. I just realized they got Matoya out of her cave and to the rising stones.
Yeah.
Possibly.
She
I
had
really
her
care
cat.
about her daughter. I mean, apprentice.
Yeah, she had to save her cat.
I mean, yes, that is one that's one interpretation. The other interpretation is Tataru just had to drag Thancred all the way.
For a moment, I thought you said Tataru just had to drag up some dirt on her.
Oh, she could. She could.
Pray excuse my late arrival.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
Yeah, they're busy. With what? I can't tell you.
With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Yes, of course. Then let us proceed. I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryl's findings.
They are busy with quests that the player may or may not have completed, so I can't tell you how their progress is going.
I suppose it was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least. How long they will remain so is another question. Kryl is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some
Oh
inspiration.
yeah, why haven't we done that yet?
Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy.
So you're telling me that if we had Y'shtola or Urian J do what you did, they could pluck somebody out with pinpoint accuracy?
The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the first. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed.
I am just imagining a Looney Tunes hole.
Yeah.
Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state. I would not soon throw my life away. Not after the lengths you and yours went to save it. And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home.
Amigara Exarch.
But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
You just put that out of your mind, Exarch. Yeah, slap him!
Oh. What was that for?
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't
I
have to die
love
unless she
Alisaie
says
so much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
You hear that, Graha? Your life is in my hands.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
I love it. Everything about this is great.
Yeah.
What did you just...
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion? Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success. I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of her body and soul, but her personal effects besides.
Yeah, Y'shtola's still salty about that.
This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
People keep arranging for Y'shtola to show up in places naked. And half the time it's Y'shtola herself, but she's got to be so salty about the universe conspiring to make that happen over and over again.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us her possessions, she could carry our souls back to the source upon her person?
Well, that's a fucked up mental state you're proposing, Alphino.
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change. But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on her part, and we'd be left floating in the rift.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask even of our friend. Yet were we to immure our souls within an object in her possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured. White Auracite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease.
All right, so one of you is going to volunteer to be the test subject, and I'm trying to decide who's going to speak up first. If Thancred were here, he'd have done it already. Before Orange stops talking.
Only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back onto our vacant bodies.
This is how they get into the Magic the Gathering cards.
Follows Yu-Gi-Oh! Rules of, like, their souls are literally in the cards.
Soul preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us. On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves. It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrand is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
That sounds like a dungeon.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters. No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Fae folk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience.
Yeah, okay, that's less flimsy than most options that we would have.
They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
I'm sick and tired of the Exarch's attempts at selfless sacrifice. If he suggests dying one more time, I swear I'm going to grant him his wish. You said that right in front of him, Alice.
She knows. She absolutely knows.
The new Mo seemed such a welcoming folk in Ilmeg. What do you suppose could have driven this one to a life of seclusion? Good question. A mage of surpassing skill living a life of seclusion. Now where have I heard that before? One can only hope they are more receptive to unsolicited visitations.
Alright, so us talking about Matoya needing to save her cat just remind me, it cracks me the fuck up that every Makote character in the Magic the Gathering card set is just, their creature type is literally cat.
Yup.
Like if you look, like there are several Y'shtola and Graha cards that have been revealed already, and like their creature type is cat. It's the funniest fucking thing.
Even Final Fantasy XIV is like, yeah, they're cats. Yeah, every time it comes up that calling a Makote a cat is kind of racist. It's a joke about them being cats. Like,
yeah.
'Tis said the kingdom of Vobert was once home to the realm's greatest knights and magics both. To command a place at the royal court, the new Mo whom we seek must needs have been a mage among mages. The Grand Cosmos, that is, the palace we seek, stands on the opposite shore of the source. I will arrange for a boat to carry us there. Whilst thou journeyest thither, I think it best that I devote mine energies to the creation of white auracite, by thy leave, of course. The process requireth no small amount of time, and should the new Mo consent to lend us their aid, we will have need of a suitable vessel ere long. Agreed. Then I would ask the rest of you to meet me in Sullen, and do be prepared for a warm reception. Pray join the others in Sullen. I shall turn my thoughts to the auracite, and apprise Thancred and Reen of our progress. We're going to see a new Mo. Ear long is a given.
Once again, taking the Ethernet shard out of the city is the quickest way.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
Ear long? Yeah, I think I've met that pixie.
Ear long? Why, yes. That does describe Loreweaver.
It's true.
Pretty sure you have, like, max length on those ears, too, don't you?
Yep. I'm sorry for making you fly in this storm, Pixel. I know it can't be fun. He said the palace is on the opposite shore, but I see nothing on the horizon save empty sky. Curious. The Exarch said to prepare for a warm reception at the palace. Let's hope it's more cordial than his last visit. I was relieved to hear the Exarch intended to arrange for a boat to carry us across the lake. Not that I would be opposed to swimming, mind you. As I told you before, I had scarcely set foot on the palace grounds when I was set upon by our host's familiars, and I expect our reception today to be no different. Which is why I propose we march through the main gate, weapons drawn. I'm sorry, but are we not here to petition for assistance? You can't honestly think barging in looking for a fight is going to persuade them. Actually, I believe the Exarch may have the right of it. They have no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into their creations. Were I them, I should be most interested to meet with those who could overcome my defenses. As with any true seeker of knowledge, I never get tired of seeing my toys be broken. Alright, Hojo. And there is little we can say or do to convince them to help us if we know nothing of their character, nor less why they chose to hide themselves from the world. But if we can seize their interest, mayhap we can earn ourselves an audience. Weapons drawn it is, then. Though I must say, Exarch, you certainly seem to be enjoying all of this. Do I? Well, I will not deny that I enjoy the thought of fighting alongside you all rather than pacing about inside the Crystal Tower. You both seem to be in rather high spirits, if you ask me. Not that I'm surprised. Your moods invariably improve when Lore's around. What exactly are you implying? You know what he's implying, Alice. She averted the calamity, and the light which seemed destined to consume her has been extinguished. It is only natural that we be pleased to see her.
One way or another, Alphana is that meme image where it's just somebody looking suspicious with a rainbow flag question mark.
Yes, well, you will have plenty of time to celebrate her good health after we've finished here. Of course. Then let us proceed to the palace. The Grand Cosmos. Man, the lighting here is cool.
Yeah.
Okay, we need, I guess I'll small talk with these guys.
We need a healer.
Hi, I'll be happy to heal.
I'll invite you in a sec, Eddie. I can but imagine what manner of beasts keep guard here. No doubt they will afford us scant opportunity to explore the palace. A pity. I think we've done enough talking, don't you? We have a new mode to impress. Alright. Friend list. Container. Right to property.
Yeah, back time.
How long has it been since we last went on such an expedition? I cannot help but be reminded of the ruins of Scala. "'Tis good to be here with you for a change. Whatever you would have me do, you need but say the word. I'm going to have you stand in the back row." God, so I've been playing Triangle Strategy on stream for Adder. I did the last stream from a couple of days ago. I did an extremely difficult boss fight. And the thing that turned the tide was I had a small child stand in the back row and taunt my enemies for the entire fight. And it is so funny to me that that's how it worked out. She drew, like, her decoys drew, like, 15 to 20 attacks over the course of that fight.
Yeah.
If you cannot defeat your enemy on strength alone, have a small child taunt them. Sun Tzu, The Art of War.
Yeah. Well, it reminds me of, like, a strategy I've always wanted to try in D&D, where you can just have an archer with goading attack. Just like, yes, I'm going to taunt you. I'm going to taunt you into attacking me from 100 yards away. Good luck. Good luck trying to get to me.
The Grand Cosmos. Long ago, on the far shore of the Source, a great palace was built by the elves. The Grand Cosmos, an edifice of such magnitude, it was said to inspire envy in both the heavens for which it was named and the flowers that pervade its boundless gardens. As with so many wonders of the world that once was, its halls falling silent, the throne sitting empty. That is, its radiance quickly faded in the wake of the flood, its halls falling silent, the throne sitting empty. That is, until the palace was given new purpose when a mage claimed it as their sanctuary, their only company being solace, solitude, and the legion of familiars barring entrance to any foolish enough to seek an audience. Everybody ready?
I'm good.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The Grand Cosmos. Item level, silence, echo. Oh, you're funky. I see you posing, Teddy.
I love this lamp that I've set up.
It's pretty good. Should you value your lives, you will quit this place at once. Now be gone with you.
Thanks, Vance.
Yep, well on it.
From ageless sleep, I bid you thee rise.
This armor is the same model as the Shadowkeeper's, just a different color.
Uh-huh. I can sort of see that from here.
The helmet's different though. It's not an open door.
I was like, what is Dai doing? Is there a key? Bring into them a swift demise. I still have that itch, like, I have to hurry up and get my MP back before all the enemies die, because my brain hasn't completely adjusted to not having a time limit to my elemental gauge anymore. This is totally Matoya's other eighth, right?
I hadn't thought about it, but yeah, that makes perfect sense.
The sweepy brooms really seal it.
Yeah.
Agilulfo.
Agilulfo. Agilulfo.
That's what you get when an enemy in Persona just uses fire spells all the time. Oh god, he just uses fire spell.
If you insist on making a mess of my palace, then you leave me no choice.
Hey, we got to that boss fight fast. Dungeon's already over, I guess.
This boss fight's a pain in the ass sometimes.
My muscle memory tried to give you a shield.
Oh, brooms. I see. Time to work. They were coming from both directions. Whoops. Whoa!
Oh, that got longer than I expected.
Whoa! Ho, ho, ho. Ow.
Immortal Anathema.
And it sustains you on no matter.
What a mess backwards. That's fun.
Oh, I just barely didn't dodge that.
Yeah, it's like those brooms move slowly, but they can still juke you. It's annoying.
Is that anathema to immortals or anathema that is immortal?
I'm assuming it's an anathema that is immortal.
Got him. Insufferable to a lot of you. I will spare you, but only this once. Now leave me be. Alright, what do we got here? Dark Knight bracelets.
445 gear, which may be useful, depending on what gear you've replaced at any given point.
Not a help for me either.
I'll roll greed on it.
This is a pretty environment.
Yeah.
Oh, that is pretty.
Yeah,
Why are they targeting me?
Oh, that's pretty.
I love all the purple.
I minimum my level. We can't do big pulls.
I'm aware. That's why I stopped here. Oh yeah, Laura, did you remember to ask Ott about that mod?
Yes, I did. I was advised to get some experience with Europa Universalis before trying it out, but that's not in my immediate future anyway because I have to spend money on the move.
That's fine.
I was also pointed at a game called Age of Wonders 4, which looks like it's exactly what I was looking for. Which, unfortunately, is also not in my immediate future because of the move, and also because getting that and all the requisite DLC is $68 on sale.
Oh!
Yeah, and the sale ends the 15th, so I'm going to be waiting on a sale for that. Did it just absorb those Cosmos Echoes?
They exploded.
Yeah, the bombs.
Ah. This is a very pretty environment.
No, I'm in my grimdark mode, running from one pack to the next. I have not run this dungeon in ages.
I remember when it was current content.
Yeah.
I say as if that makes me substantially old instead of someone that jumped on the train relatively late.
Remind me, when did you start playing 14?
Like the patch, this patch I think actually.
Yeah, I started playing in 5.4 or 5.5, I don't remember which.
3.5 for me.
Stop doing that weird thing where your health bar gets really low.
It's fine, you got benediction.
Yeah, I do.
Ow!
There are Porky's rolling up like, have you heard of this thing called action economy?
Lennon Shi.
These cretins have sullied the sanctity of your garden. They must be dealt with.
Or this is an English-speaking game, so it's Lennon Sith.
No! Those cowards!
Those absolute cowards.
I knew that would make everyone go feral.
This game is misandry. How come it's Lin and She and not Lin and He?
What? Oh, boy. Okay.
Okay, so this is a fun one. Laura, you gotta grab a seed and get it off the grass. Everybody has to work together on this because there are too many seeds for 3 people to get. Well, 3 people can get them at once if they're really quick, but it's much more difficult than if everyone cooperates.
Yeah. Put them upon the barren land.
And then there will be more tricks later that I want you to figure out.
Yeah, I'll explain where that what we were talking about with the grand strategy games. Oh, bye, Amanda. After this fight, I should say. Alright, more seeds.
And also wind.
Oh, no, that didn't get off.
They move across one because of the wind.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Looking at the seeds we stacked up, like, what are you guys doing?
I hadn't even gotten there. I was figuring out a seed that I dropped incorrectly and was moving my way to another seed.
Oh no, you dropped it correctly because the wind.
No,
the wind pushed it into the wall. So
no, it was just on the border, so I didn't think I'd done it correctly.
That could have been a problem.
I assume they turn into ads.
Yeah.
Yes. Entirely recoverable, but
pain in the ass.
I don't know how bad they'd be on a minimum item level.
Imagine if I had the gall to take that spot that you went to afterwards.
Well, that's a funny helm.
Why did I get scouted beneath?
But yeah, I was lamenting yesterday that
this isn't... I'm moving away from the broom. Apparently that's not covered by my precautions. That'll do.
Oh, the
This
noise.
is the most awkward. Yeah, this is the most awkward place I could pull it. I'm very happy.
But yeah, I was lamenting yesterday that it's so rare for like strategy games these days to not be historical. Like Civ and Hearts of Iron and Europa Universalis and all the ones that I hear people talk about are all like that. When my favorite strategy game of all time is Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri, which is its own thing, right? Like it's science fiction with original characters and original civs. It's Civilization 2 with those parameters, and I love it. And I was lamenting that we don't really get that much these days, and was pointed to a mod for Europa Universalis 4. And this was all prompted by me watching the Europa Universalis 5 trailer. And I was pointed towards a mod for Europa Universalis 4 that
that turns into sci-fi.
No, that turns it into fantasy, like D&D elves and goblins and kobolds and stuff.
Yeah, I'd seen not playing it, so I knew it was the thing.
It's very tangential, but that reminds you that someone made a Dwarf Fortress mod that replaces the races in Dwarf Fortress with Mario races.
Oh God.
Toads and Koopas and Shy Guys.
Yeah.
And Yoshis that are coded really weird so that the game can't seem to decide if they're people or horses.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of it's kind of the opposite with RPGs, where RPGs are almost always fantasy, and so Kingdom of Deliverance, being purely historical, is just a weird novelty in the genre.
Yeah, and I've heard it's really good, but the fact that it's historical and not fantastical is a turnoff for me, I guess.
Hey, look, I was just happy to have a chance to gush about my boyfriend without it just being out of nowhere.
I've played a little bit of Civ with my boyfriend, but I think the thing that frustrates me about multiplayer Civ is the fate of the match more often than not is decided halfway through. in my experience at least.
Yeah.
It's very
that's
rare
fair.
that it actually feels like it ebbs and flows, or like anyone makes a big comeback.
Oh, I just realized that, like, being here kind of probably suggests that Cylva didn't necessarily commission the armor for armor out of whole stock. She probably corrupted armor from here, from that these guys had made.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
It is still very funny, just like in general. Not even this thing specifically, but just in general, the fact that like every evil villain needs to commission their evil armor for evilness. Like I remember, like if you've ever seen Highlander, like the main villain in his first appearance is wearing black armor covered in skulls, and it's like including the skull is like a saber-toothed tiger, and it's like where did he even get that?
Looted the local museum.
Yeah, like
archaeologists and historians are in shambles.
Yeah, like how did you even find a saber-toothed tiger skull and then find somebody to craft it into a helm? in like 1600 Scotland?
Anyone want to dance?
They're all going to turn into monsters, aren't they?
I'm dancing.
This might be a fun place for a screenshot.
And I don't remember if the ghosts stick around post credits, but if the ghosts are here, we could make a screenshot here.
I mean, we could take one
just
now.
do it right now. Yeah, that's a good point. What am I thinking? Let me check my emotes. What other dances do I have? Do I have anyone?
Tell me when everybody's picked a dance.
I just did /dance. I'm not sure what other dance emotes I have.
Here, I'm gonna hum. I'm gonna be the lame person who doesn't dance at the party.
I'm on that damn phone. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll G-pose now then.
Maybe I should give Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 a try. Like, if it's... Is it like a Souls-like? Is it like a Bethesda RPG? What kind of game is it?
It's more like a Bethesda RPG. Except, like, good.
Hey, Oblivion's good.
No, well, I mean, like, modern Bethesda, thinking, you know, like...
Oh, okay, yeah. So relative to their current offerings, okay.
Yeah, like when... As soon as Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 came out, like, the big thing was like, Jesus Christ, like, what's Skyrim 6 going to do? Because, like this game eats modern Bethesda's lunch.
No, it isn't, Lore? Hey, screw you. Oblivion's great.
I don't like it.
Well, you're wrong.
I'd say it's pretty up there in terms of boss music in Final Fantasy XIV.
I do not have this. I did not play Oblivion at the time, so I have no nostalgia for it.
Okay, how's this one? It's just coming through now.
Oh yeah, that's very nice.
That is good. Teddy.
On that damn phone.
There you go.
Yeah, Oblivion Classic had some problems with the leveling system that got in the way, but those are what the hell?
Oh, whoops! I stepped too far forward.
Forward too many steps.
My fault.
Final Fantasy XIV said, "Consider Shadowbringers."
You have sullied these halls long enough. Come, Lucas, our guests yet want for company. Lucas. Oh, hey, it's a flame atronach. Speaking of Oblivion.
It literally is. Like, it's summoned and everything.
But yeah, like if the leveling system was your hang up with the original Oblivion, they fixed that in the remaster, like to an insane degree. You pick what stats you want to level up
So this boss
every
has
level
some
without
fun-
having it be influenced by what you've leveled up skill-wise.
So this boss has some fun quirks to it, and we're just gonna see how Laura does with it.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
I just think the gameplay is shit. I don't like the melee combat, and I hate how the archery is.
Oh my
So-
god. I'm gonna have to play piano, aren't I?
I played like maybe 12 minutes of Skyrim and I didn't like it. But from what I've heard of Oblivion's premise, I think I will enjoy, like I would enjoy Oblivion story-wise more than I enjoyed Skyrim, because Oblivion sounds like it's got more whimsy and mirth to it.
Yeah, Oblivion.
Damn it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Bye, Minda.
That hit faster than I expected it to.
I didn't care for you more.
I'm being seared.
Alright, I'm on fire. Okay.
I'm gonna light the drapes on fire.
There you
Congratulations, you live. That's a blue mage spell. If you apply it to an enemy, it lasts forever.
Ho ho! I have a thing over my head. I have a thing over my head.
go. Okay, it's just the order that you're going to be charged at in, that's all.
Yes.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Damn it.
Getting
I
this
was
away
in a
from
fine-
everybody.
I was in a fine spot for that for a second, and then he got closer at the last possible fraction of a second. Screwed me over. This is not a talk and play at the same time kind of loss.
Oh shit! Ow!
Scorching left, scorching right. You gotta read the attack names.
Yep.
Oh, Cathbar.
There's a tank buster. Oh no, Grey Black. What's the tank buster then?
Is that a thing I have to get behind? Oh, it's
Safe here? I am safe here. Excellent.
Okie dokie. There's just enough stuff left. Yeah, they're his fire attacks can destroy the furniture that you need to spread the fire to survive.
Ah,
So, like, so if
gotcha.
you- so if
So
you
that's
mess up
that's
the-
what happened to the chandelier I was in front of.
Yes.
Yeah. If you mess up the mechanic management, you can burn all the furniture away ahead of time, so that you don't have anything left for the blue flame mechanic. And you
Yeah.
just die.
We had exactly enough left. We had 4 pieces of furniture.
Yeah.
There's still a plush sofa, so.
Yeah. Oh
But
yeah.
I think after the second time he stops doing that mechanic, right?
Yeah.
Sad. I would have loved for it to continue to make you resource.
I was once in a party where
Ow! I got out of that.
I don't know how, but they managed to like destroy the entirety of everything immediately. Like I was simultaneously disappointed and very impressed.
What?
Ooh, I actually got hit by that. Fiery floor.
Thank you, Teddy.
Working right. Sure, it's right side.
Oh,
You can
I
also
didn't parse
sight
which
read
way
his-
he was pointing.
Oh, you gotta look for the nipple on the floor around his ring. That was not meant to sound so suggestive. Apologies.
Yes, it was. Don't lie. Lying is
Nipple on the
bad,
floor is
die.
what happens after
No,
a really messy top surgery.
Yeah,
I'm
Laura,
just
if you
used to
want
calling
throw
it
out
nipple
a,
now.
we're not going to use it for the screenshot, so you can throw out a limit break at any time. Ooh.
Ow.
What is this dungeon not special enough to get these things done? So do you think all the people in the ballroom are ghosts, or do you think they're conjured like illusions?
I think they're illusions. I will be second. So I'm gonna stand up here.
You want to get away from me specifically, because I was first.
Oops.
Got him. What's in that treasure coffer?
A jacket of striking.
That looks cool. I'm not doing anything with any of those classes, so I'm not going to let it sit in my inventory.
So speaking of Oblivion and melee combat, apparently Avowed does fantasy melee combat very well.
Yeah, I've heard Avowed is good.
Yeah, well, it's Avowed, I think, is okay. Like, the internet was shitty on Avowed for a while because it's not as good as Baldur's Gate 3, basically.
Well, yeah, that's an impossible standard to meet.
Yeah,
like,
and it is.
Not as good as Baldur's
like,
Gate 3 is not a low bar to fail.
Yeah, true. But the thing is, like, eventually, like, after a while, people kind of came around, and it's like, yeah, it's not even really trying to be Baldur's Gate 3, it's really just, like, an RPG-ish game with really good melee combat, first-person melee combat, which you don't get anywhere else, really. So, okay, that could be good.
Oh yeah, Bethesda games really are the primary first-person melee combat games, aren't they?
Yeah,
huh.
and like Avowed is like doing that aspect of Bethesda games much better than they do.
Cool.
So, good for them. Anyway, consider Shadowbringers.
Yes, we're at 4 hours. I'm sure you want to go to sleep.
Yeah. I can go for another couple quests.
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
So are you what they look like when they get old? Ah, never mind. That was just to scare people.
Backlook, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but
don't
I
be a
shan't
dick,
complain.
Exarch.
But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
You're real salty about not getting to see him the first time you came here, are you? Aren't you?
Sake? Beg?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit?
Is this racist? Here's the thing. The Numo are fairies, and would it be racist to against fairies to play their word games and defend yourself that way? Like, this feels to be more like messing with the Fae in ways to your advantage because they operate on Fae rules. If the Numo were just like regular dog people, then yes, this would be incredibly racist. But I think this is playing by Fey wordplay rules.
Yeah.
Oh, how dare you!
Loreweaver is racist against Fey.
Thus in my presence.
Racist.
It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men. You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion.
Hey, you know what? Here's I will pay you for helping us. Strange Numo sorcerer. If you help us, I will teach you how to turn pixies into beavers so they will leave you alone.
I mean, it's not like we're expecting him to just roll over and do as we please.
But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
You waited just a smidgen too long with that one, Alphino. Oh, now you've done it, Alphino. He's going to explode.
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again.
Tell us your story.
That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety. Oh, you know not what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
Y'shtola refuses to play this game? Yeah, because she's a cat. She knows what it's like. You mean the magical plague of Vobert?
Extra line because you did the quest line.
Yeah, I love how there is this like super somber sad music, and the first dialogue option is more fucking with him.
Then you know how dangerous soulcraft can be. Instead of saving your friends, you risk damning them. Are you sure you're willing to take that chance?
They are. And that's the important thing.
Oh, very well.
I like Backlog's voice acting. Like, that's a good voice performance by whoever's playing them.
Yeah, and like, I was a bit.
They sound like Droopy Dog.
I will hear your petition,
I was a bit off-put when I first heard it, but then like it took me a moment. I was like, wait, the non-binary actually. There's gonna be like there's going to be this sort of like what's the word? Ambiguity to it, and I just liking it. Yeah, I did quite a lot.
Is the word you're looking for?
Yes, that's the one. I ended up quite enjoying the voice after that.
Mm-hmm.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
Finally, I can zoom back in. Alphino! There you are. The others have gone ahead to the Crystal Tower with Beck Lug. For the record, I truly wish we hadn't had to resort to using such words when treating with them. I have ever sought to convince, not compel. But I cannot deny that a part of me is glad Orion J shared his knowledge of the new Mo with us. Had he not, Beck Lug wouldn't be here. Speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guest waiting would only add insult to injury. Yeah, see, it's not racist against the dog people, it's playing Fey wordplay rules.
Yeah.
Whatever you need to tell yourself.
A welcome guest. Alphino looks just about ready to leave you behind. We mustn't dally here any longer, Lord. If Beck Lug is to hear the truth of our travails in the first, you of all people should be present. Where are you going, Di?
I don't know. I just decided to fly upwards. I can just return. Do it.
Sending die.
Okay, so, Beck, Graha did an oopsie, and it's causing problems.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing,
I mean, we did beat you pretty easily.
but that you hail from another world
Yes.
as well?
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies. Save you. Your body is your own, and your soul is the densest of them
By a
all.
sliver, yes. You could probably skip the entire dungeon if you weren't so cold and cruel and heartless.
The skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of 4-3 and the Sin Eaters. After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own
thick soul.
seems the very least we can do.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself.
Well, that's convenient.
As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change.
Now bring me those crystals that I might seal you in a box.
I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork.
Everyone turns to Alpha now.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
Did you happen to notice the magic brooms strewn about the Grand Cosmos? Uncanny. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Beck Luke has a fine eye. Though we have yet to begin, I rather think the Exarch was right to call in them. I sometimes forget we're not truly here in the first. It will be good to be whole again. Make us whole again, Isaac. Fortunately for us, Beck Lug is of a mind to see you and your fellow scions justly compensated for your efforts. You have spun quite a tale, but tell me, have you given any thought as to how you might return to your world? White Auracite, you say? An intriguing proposition, but one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They have become highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there is no telling what may happen to their souls within the Auracite. They could very well become immutable to transference, never to be restored to their bodies. So how do we bleed off some energy? Then, would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to transference? In theory, yes, but the soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and relit on a whim. Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail? Not going to do your best Droopy Dog impression for us? I'm not good at impressions. In order to... No, I can't do it.
Remember what happened when Lore had to read the rogue dialogue, which has the accent built into the text? Yeah. Lore cannot do voices. We have established this.
Yeah. In order to maintain a corporeal form... No, I'm not going to do it. Your soul...
That wasn't half bad.
Your soul constantly
draw ether from your surroundings. The process must be halted, and the resulting surfeit of ether removed. Your minds would ultimately be separated from these faux bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one which will be rectified upon your return home. Leaving lifeless husks, like those poor souls at the inn at Journey's Head, corrupted by the Sin-Eaters, their ether made stagnant by the light. Corrupted? Stagnant? Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Oh, can you cure them? Why? Do you think you might be able to help them? I might, or I might not, but I shan't know for sure until I have seen their condition firsthand. Then I would be glad to take you to them, on the understanding that you won't do anything which might increase their suffering. It was my faith in man I lost, not my compassion. Well, I see no need for all of us to accompany you. While you escort our guests to the inn, I will assist Urianger in creating the requisite Auracite. I believe my talents would be better applied to that endeavor as well. Might I leave the three of you to assist Beck Lug as necessary? Let us make
I
for
like how-
Almarang then.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I like how this is basically how, like, medical sciences work. Where in the process of solving one problem, you suddenly realize, hold on.
Yeah. It pains me that there are those who yet suffer despite our victory over the light. We must hope a way can be found to help both them and our friends. Urianger is more than capable of creating the aura site on his own, but if aught should go awry, I would be on hand to assist him. All right, to Almarang. Excuse me.
Maybe Lore's the one who needs to take a nap after this quest.
Lore's gonna have to put his soul into a dormant state.
Oh god, I can't take midday naps anymore. I get headaches. Having broken light stranglehold. What?
You can take naps?
Having broken Light's stranglehold on the first, I would like to believe they will one day recover, yet I fear that day may not come soon. Beck Luke told me they wish to meet the worst afflicted. Ulrich, there are times when I swear there's something he wants to tell me, if only he could form the words.
I like how there's this dude just sitting here. Like an actual player, just stuck AFK, staring at Beck Lug.
Oh, I'm too close to see them. Hang on.
Jesus Christ, Lord. Oh, I see. I don't have that option turned on, so I forgot that was a thing.
Yeah, no, I literally couldn't see them.
Yeah, they were literally, gotcha.
So this is Ulrich, is it? Yes, his etheric balance leans perilously toward the light. Towards stasis. What do you suppose will happen to him? Not too bright, are you, boy? The same as all poor souls corrupted by the light. He will become a sin-eater. You don't know that. We've defeated the Wardens and banished the light from the night sky. Ulrich was completely unresponsive before, but now... Then perhaps there is yet hope. If I may, there is a treatment I wish to administer to the patients. What sort of treatment? In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which could temporarily stimulate the ether in one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Vobert. Then for far darker purposes. Lest it fall into the wrong hands, I swore never again to make it. But for their sakes, I will break that oath. Yeah, this is a good reason to do that. It is not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it should offer some measure of relief. Come, let us see what effect my tonic will have on their ether, if any. Totten stares blankly at you. It would seem that tonic has had no effect. Yeah, it hasn't had the chance to. What is this warmth I feel in my chest? I feel warm, and my legs, they They don't feel as heavy. Now then, have you noted any change in the patients? Yeah, they caught fire. A notable rise in body temperature and increased motor function, in most of the patients at least. The more severely afflicted show no response. As I feared then. 'Tis true that with the restoration of night, the corrupting influence of light will no longer grow. And yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium, given time. But this holds true only for their corporeal ether. Their incorporeal ether, that of the soul, is not so easily mended. Which is why those in the later stages of corruption, like Ulrich, appear unaffected by your tonic. Precisely. Well, it was worth a shot. The boy's soul is too far gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There is a chance he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years, decades even. By the gods, he could wake to find himself an old man. A fine reward for his persistence, the opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. No, there must be something we can do. Look, I realize this is not why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it possible we can find a way to hasten their recovery? Maybe. Nor do I think it impossible that in treating them we might learn something of relevance to your own predicament. Oh, Beck's reaching for ways to keep this within the bounds of the existing agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, roast beef, fuck yeah. I could go for some roast beef right now. I'm starving.
Oh, now I'm hungry.
There was something I was going to say, and I forgot to say it. Hang on. Shit, I completely forgot. Corporeal and incorporeal ether. I confess I have never had cause to make the distinction. Did they just say what I think they said? Might there really be a way to help Ulrich and the others, and help ourselves in the process? Ready to speak of the metaphysical. I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you of my past, that I was once a mage of the royal court of Vobert, and that soulcraft was my field of study. The tonic you administered to the patients here is one of the fruits of my labors. I hoped to do great things for the kingdom. But in the end, my knowledge brought only suffering, a plague the like of which none had ever seen. In the hands of unscrupulous men, what should have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame.
Another line that you only got from doing that quest line.
Yeah, I guess I'll say that. At least the Warriors of Light brought those responsible to justice. Aye, that they did. I shudder to think what might have happened had they not. But let us return to the task at hand, finding a means by which we might revitalize these people's incorporeal ether. Do you think it can be done? Were the skies still ablaze with primordial light, I would call it an exercise in futility. But now we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of a familiar. They are able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit for the ether revitalizing magics we will ultimately employ. If you're about to launch into a lengthy explanation of the metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. I'd rather get on with doing whatever it is that needs to be done, if it's all the same to you. I want to hear the plan, Alice. Whatever reagents must be procured or spells invoked, I'll do it. I admire your spirit, but let me talk, damn it. I have my first captive audience in a century. Very well. Your first task will be to gather the necessary materials. The purest of waters and finest of clays, as well as a fey lantern brimming with pixie magic. One sec. If you're convinced the resulting familiar could help the patients, fine. Alphino, the water and clay will be simple enough, but I think you know what we'll have to do to get the lantern. You don't mean... The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If we humor them with our company, I'm sure they'll be willing to help us. Fine. We'll pay a visit to Ilmeg. Though I never thought you would be the one to suggest going back there. Hey, I mean, I could just ask Feoul for one. Guys? I'm impressed you've been there at all, let alone befriended the Fey folk. Oh, well, you're about it. Seek out the new Mo of Plot Any. They will be able to supply you with water suitable for our needs. Right, let's get this over with, shall we? There still remains the matter of the clay. Might I prevail upon you to find it? Lore's too cold and cruel and heartless to suggest that. Okay. Go get some dirt. Do we want to get the dirt today? We're a little over time.
Whoops, I'm muted. I think we can finish this quest. Finishing this quest will leave us in a good place to pick up next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Clay from Amarang would likely be best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us? You could ask the miners at Twine. Ah, yes, they will be able to point you in the right direction, I am sure. While you and the twins are occupied, I will see if there is aught else I can learn of the stagnation which afflicts the people here. Okay, to Twine.
Yeah, it's far enough away that it's worth teleporting.
Don't care what you say, I was doing it anyway. Lore! Well, what a coincidence. You've come at a good time. We've just this moment finished repairing the Talos and trolley you lot took to Nabath Arang. Are you sure you're happy to see me? I put you through all that work. The trolley was no trouble, but the Talos would have been another matter, had we not had a visit from Master Chai. He offered us a share of the leftover building materials from Daedalus Stoneworks, as well as a few trade secrets to help us along. Clever man, that Chai knows. He seemed pretty keen on the ideas I had for putting the giant Talos to work. Like a giant trolley, but Magnus still refuses to see all the good we could do with it.
Only the size of a mountain.
You're entitled to your dreams, Jarek, but that doesn't mean you can go harassing our guests with them. Master Chai was just being polite. And something tells me Lore here didn't come all this way to talk about trolleys. What is it you need, friend? Dirt. You got any? I see. And this familiar requires clay from Amarang. Well, look no further. If anyone can find you some quality clay, it's us. Saying that, it isn't exactly a commodity nowadays, but there must be some lurking somewhere or other waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when they used to take clay from Mount Buren mines to make adobe bricks. place is swarming with coyotes now, but if you're after the good stuff, you could do worse than to look there.
Weird memory popped up of me learning from some kids show that Americans call it dirt.
Where's the marker? Up there, that way.
We call what dirt?
Well, no, Laura's driving.
I was going to say, you guys just got in without questioning, and now I've got you hostage.
Yeah,
Americans
soil
refer to like average soil as dirt, and then like actual soil for like planting things or growing things is soil.
Yeah, meanwhile, dirt here would just be filth. Like,
so like, if you're walking down a pathway, you would call it soil, or would you? Because like a pathway that you would walk down that isn't covered by grass, we'd call that a dirt path.
we'd probably just call it a trail.
Here, die. Turn around.
Yep.
Now follow me to the third one.
Oh, that vanished when you got attacked. Nice job not noticing the enemy. Like, literally spawned because of the quest.
Oh. Huh.
You're making a joke about blindness crimes while committing one.
Probably over here, since we haven't been to this part of the zone.
Nope, right here.
Okay, there's still one more to go.
Yeah, I picked up that one already.
Yeah, all three were on this rock.
I guess it only gave credit to the person who dug it up first.
No, it's the destination marker just didn't reappear for a minute there.
Did you get credit that time, Minda?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that marker disappeared when Law did it.
Yeah, that was weird. We both clicked on it at the same time, so it didn't have time to disappear, though. So.
Yeah. We both clicked on the gunk.
I hate that part of Amarang that's called Our Lady's Feet. Leave me alone.
Where's that?
The floor passed through it. It's like near the windmills.
Huh.
Well, you guys got back fast. The pixies were constantly confusing me with Alice. In jest, I assume. I mean, it's not as if we look that much alike. We, don't look that much alike, do we? Well, I can tell the difference.
Yeah, like there was... I can tell the difference, but like, there was one time where I was looking at them and I was instantly able to tell them apart, and like, it took me a second to realize how I could tell. I was like, oh yeah, that's Alpha Known Alice. Wait, how did I do that? What details am I looking at to tell them apart? I couldn't answer that question to myself.
Someone posted a picture without a caption once of blue Alice and red Alpha No, and I just looked at it and I got this uncanny feeling that something was wrong until I finally realized.
What's really fun is they recently made it so that, because like you can buy in the cash shop outfits of Alpha No and Alice's outfits.
And they've been making them dyeables recently.
They recently made them dyeable, so you really can make blue Alice and red Alpha No now.
yeah, you can be blue red Alpha No and red blue Alice.
Mm-hmm. That had better be the only thing we need from the pixies, if I have to endure one more prank, so help me gods. The twins have returned, and in one piece at that. I was convinced the pixies would at least turn one of them into a garden ornament, but no. And you sent them anyway? You have the clay, I take it? Wonderful. We need but combine the clay and the water, then heat the mixture with the Fey Lantern. After that, it will be a simple matter of settling upon a suitable form and performing the necessary incantation. Becklug, I have a question. In the event that we had need of this spell and you weren't around, would it be possible for another to perform the incantation? Assuming they possessed the requisite skill, yes. Halric and the others have suffered so much, and I swore to do everything in my power to save them. If there was a chance this spell could do that, I would be the one to invoke it. Mayhap you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state, combined with a strong desire to help them, can drastically increase the magic's effect. And you are plainly far more familiar with these people than I. I dare say there are few in all of Norvrant more dedicated to finding a cure. Is that not so, Lore? Absolutely. She's the best woman for the job. I'll give it my all. For Halric. For Tesleen. Man, welcome to Shadowbringers was a hell of a moment.
It really was.
Then we are all of a mind on the matter. Alice shall be the one to conjure the familiar.
Let us begin. I trust you've prepared the clay? Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy.
If she has to endure one more prank from the pixies, Alice's going to consult you on how to turn them into beavers.
Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean.
All right, let's see what she manages. Is she half the artist her brother is?
There we are. How's that?
Nope.
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
Oh, come on, Alpha, now.
Your face.
Yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality,
Oh, everybody's going in on her. Oh, I feel so bad for her.
That was Becklug trying to be nice.
Oh.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye. Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
Having some trouble with autocorrect, are you, Clincy?
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
That is the most seriously anyone has ever tried to summon a Porksy. Oh, it's a super chubby one.
Not bad for a first attempt.
I think it's better than the other Porksies I've seen.
Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric. Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
Names have power. Tesleen. She's going to name it Tesleen.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now. Go, Angela!
Oh, never mind. She's Renoa, I guess.
At least she isn't feeding it grenades.
Mother,
Oh. Alright, so how much permanent effect did that have? I can't look at Halric because he is inside Minda.
So this is what Homeworld thinks of fusion.
By the 12, though it was only for a moment, he spoke. There may yet be hope for these people. The girl's resolve is quite impressive. One might almost think she drew strength from another. How is he, Beckluke? Did it work? I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of color has returned to his soul. Gods, I would jump for joy if I weren't so exhausted. How many times will it take doing that? We're so close now, Halric. As you are even now in the process of discovering, this magic asks much of the invoker. What you may not have realized is that the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I will need time to put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect, that is, to induce stagnation, thus enabling our safe transport back to the source via Aura Sight. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Beck-Lug said when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound a lot like some of the tempered back in the source? Oh shit, are we gonna cure the tempered? Not really. It is the fate of most tempered to become slaves to primals, save in a handful of cases. Or am I missing something? If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source who could desperately use such treatment. Galbu. Exactly. His condition is uncannily similar to Halric's, is it not? The only difference being that his soul was suffused with earth-aspected ether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subject to a similar kind of stagnation, there may be a chance we can save him, right? Forgive me, but who is this Gabu fellow of whom you speak? I see. His condition does sound similar, yet there is much and more about the soul that remains unknown even to me. I say this not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is delicate work we do here, work requiring patience. Of course, and as long as there is hope for the patients here, I will devote whatever time is needed to see this through. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angelo and continue with their treatment. The two of you should return to the Crystarium with Beck-Lug and see if you can't make some headway with their newly posited theories. Hello, Nick, the Sephiroth fan. I am enjoying 14. You have unfortunately caught us right at the end of the stream, but we'll be back. We're back doing this every Saturday, so if you want to tune in. Also, my playthrough is on YouTube if you want to watch that. I would tell you to rest first, but I see you're not to be convinced. Ah, the fire of youth. Let us return to the Crystarium then. Excuse me. Finally, I've found you. Oh, hey. Kaishir, what are you doing all the way out here? Yeah, I was about to ask that. There's trouble back in Yulmore. Lady Chai's beside herself. Sighing, pacing, the whole lot. Near enough begged me to go and find you. Sighing and pacing, you say. It must be urgent.
I read that as sighing and pacing. Oh my.
I take it I will be
or just the sign or just the pacing. That would be one thing, but sighing and pacing. Yeah. Oh dear.
I take it I will be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on then. It's not as if I have anything for you to do. Thank you, Beck-Lug. Sorry for bothering you and all that, but she says the future of Yulmore's at stake. Yeah, every day ending in Y, the future of Yulmore's at stake. What's new?
And actually, we'll find out what's wrong in Yulmore next time.
Next time! Oh, first I'm going to talk to these guys. Hang on.
You've heard of socially unstable societies. Get ready for the socially unstable society.
The future of Yulmore is at stake, is it? Well, do for them what you can. But keep an eye on Alphino, would you? See to it he doesn't involve himself more than is necessary. Whatever could be so urgent for Lady Chai to summon us thus? Okay, yeah. That's where we're going to end for today. So I'll read my schedule and get off. Before I do, I would like to plug my Patreon, which you can find at patreon.com/LoreweaverStreams. The link's also in the description of the YouTube video and can be found with the ! Patreon command in Twitch chat. I make my living off of Patreon. It's my sole source of income. And I'm moving in less than a month across the country, and it has cost a lot of money. It has cost a lot of money. And so if you could go to my Patreon and pledge $1 a month or $1 per stream, or anything in between, I'd be grateful. I'm so lucky I get to do what I do, and you guys make it possible. And at the moment, I really need the money. So, as for the schedule, tomorrow will be Paranorma Site for a patron. Monday, I will not be streaming. I have a doctor's appointment. Tuesday will be more Paranorma Site for a patron. Wednesday will be I, the Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative for a patron. Thursday will be Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc for a patron. Friday will be Jenny Leclue for a patron. And next Saturday will, of course, be our weekly Final Fantasy XIV stream. So that's what's coming up. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. And I will see you next time.
Ciao for now.
Bye.
Have fun, stay safe, and be brave enough to be kind.